to us each uh, first Sunday, and our other platforms that we address it. Alhamdulillah. We also want to pivot now to what we have been doing for the last 7 months. And the Muslim Health Consortium has been addressing, and it was motivated, it was inspired by our addressing COVID and seeing the impact of COVID on African Americans. So from that, we picked up addressing the 10 top causes or 10 top killers of African Americans. And we've been addressing that, and we want to continue doing that today. We want to bring back to your mind what those 10 top causes or killers of African Americans in this country are. And you'll recall they're heart disease, number 1, cancer, number 2, 3, unintentional injuries, number 4, homicides and gun violence is a big one, especially among African American men, among us. Number 5 is stroke. Number 6 is diabetes. And today's topic is chronic lower respiratory diseases. And just an introduction to that, we have a wonderful presentation that's coming up from Sister Sharon Abdullah. And she is a retired respiratory therapist and an instructor for the American Heart Association, and does a fantastic job. In introduction to this, I want to just present a case to you so you can see it perhaps from another perspective. We want for a moment, and we're conscious of our time here, for you to consider yourself an emergency room physician. You are now deemed an emergency room physician. You're sitting in the emergency room. And all of a sudden, the paramedics bring in a 45-year-old male in severe respiratory distress. What do? This happens all day long and all night long in the emergency room. Okay, and depending on where you are, most likely it's an African American. First, you got to find out, is this trauma? Is this a gunshot wound? Is this a stab wound to his chest? Was he in an accident? If trauma is taken off the table, you have to ask, is chest pain involved? Is this a heart attack, what you're seeing? Is this a blood clot? Is this a pulmonary embolism that you're seeing that's causing this shortness of breath? The next thing that you have to consider is the man wet or dry? If he's wet, that tells you, he may be drowning in his own fluids. He may be in pulmonary edema. Okay, he may be in severe congestive heart failure. Okay, so if he's dry, then it may be bronchial narrowing or plugging. Okay, he might be what our today's topic is, and that is lower respiratory lung diseases. He may be wheezing, trying to force air through narrow passageways due to mucus or blocking. Okay, and the ones that that come to mind are the chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, chronic bronchitis, emphysema, and asthma. And as I said, Sister Sharon Abdullah will take us into the details of these. But we want you to know that we as a people suffer higher incidence and rate of death from COPD in the Black community, and we have more ER visits than anyone else. Just to end with this, before turning it over to her, African Americans, the death rate for our children for asthma is 8 times that of white children. That's remarkable. That is something. We are admitted to the hospital 5 times more than other ethnic groups for asthma and wheezing. So there's reasons for this, and she'll go into that. And with that, I will bring this portion of my talk to a close as I turn it over to Sister Sharon now. Sharon, I'm sorry.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you so much, Dr. Ramadan. Assalamu alaikum. Imam W.D. Muhammad II and the Mosque Cares Ministry and the team Mosque Cares was helping to put this event on, Dr. Ramadan, and on behalf of the Muslim Health Consortium. It's a blessing to come before you with this particular topic because for half of my life, I worked as a respiratory therapist in the emergency room, in the ICUs, and the ER, so I can attest to what Dr. Ramadan is speaking of. And also for most of you who know me physically, you know that I'm a short stature, about 4'9". And of course, I'm an African-American female. We're going to talk about those implications with lung conditions. So inshallah, I'm going to share my screen and I have a brief PowerPoint that I wanted to show you. Inshallah. And also for most of you physically, you know that I'm a short stature, 4'9". And of course, I'm an African American female. We're going to talk about those implications of lung. So, inshallah, I'm going to share. Assalamu alaikum. Are we able to see the screen?
No, we can't see it yet. With this, I will bring this portion of.
So inshallah, I am going to actually read to you basically what I am trying to convey to you. So we're talking about the 7 leading causes of death for African Americans. And the first, as Dr. Ramadan explained, we're going to talk about chronic obstructive pulmonary diseases, which under that umbrella, you have chronic bronchitis, emphysema, and asthma. So the Holy Quran says, and Miriam, the daughter of Amram, who guarded her chastity, and we breathed into her our spirit, in her body of our spirit, and she testified to the truth of the words of her Lord and of his revelations, and was one of the devout servants. And that was in Holy Quran, Surah 66, Ayat 12. So just what does the respiratory system do? So the respiratory system has many functions besides helping us inhale, take breath in, and exhale, breathe out. It allows us to talk and to smell. It warms the air to match our body temperatures and moisturizes it to the humidity level our bodies need. It delivers oxygen to the cells in our bodies. It removes waste gas, including carbon dioxide, from our bodies as we exhale. It protects our airways from harmful substances and irritants. So, what does chronic lower lung disease mean? In healthcare, it means that a condition has been present for a long time and it reoccurs throughout our lives. So, Dr. Ramadan alluded to the examples of chronic conditions such as chronic bronchitis, chronic asthma, diabetes, arthritis, heart disease, kidney disease, liver disease, dementia, and Alzheimer's. So the lower portion of our respiratory system, it consists of the trachea and the windpipe and the breathing tubes that we call bronchi and smaller airways that we call bronchial. And then those tiny air sacs that take in the oxygen and get rid of the waste product, carbon dioxide, as we breathe out. So let's talk about COPD in African Americans. So COPD is recognized as a major health problem in America's multicultural Black population. So there was a study called the COPD gene study, and it talked about the effects of COPD among various groups. And so it identified the genetic factors associated with COPD, specifically among the different types of Blacks in our community. So it discussed the prevalence and the morbidity of COPD in African American Black individuals versus immigrants. So, what are some of the symptoms of COPD? You have fatigue, you have a chronic cough, you have a production of mucus, you have dyspnea, which means it's hard for you to breathe, especially on exertion when you're moving about. You have tight chest comfort, you have shortness of breath. So, what are some of the causes of COPD? We know the main cause is smoking. Uh, and then we talk about air pollution. And we've learned also during the COVID period that not only is in the environment outside of our homes, but right in our homes, we can be having air pollution. And specifically, and we'll talk about that more in depth, when we live in multi-unit dwellings, such as apartments, we are subjected to more to secondhand smoke. Also, our genes play a part. And so I have a picture of a healthy lung. I'll describe it to you, a healthy airway. So a healthy airway is round and the smooth muscles surround it, and it's able to provide you with a conduit, an ability to move that air in and out effectively, that oxygen in to the lower airways, and then breathe back out the carbon dioxide. Now, when your lung or your breathing tubes are inflamed and tight and full of mucus, what occurs is that ability to breathe in and out is compromised. And that's when you need to call your healthcare provider and begin taking the medications that would help that condition. Let's talk about chronic bronchitis. And that's under the umbrella, of course, of COPD. So chronic bronchitis is a type of COPD that is characterized by a constant cough lasting for a few months. It also causes shortness of breath, wheezing, and low-grade fever and tightness of chest, your chest tightness. So African Americans by the numbers with COPD, overall 6.3% of US adults, 15 to 16 million, have been diagnosed with COPD. And this is from 2018, 9.0 million adults, or 3.6% of those ages 18 and older had chronic bronchitis. The rates were greater among non-Hispanic whites compared to other racial and ethnic groups, women compared to men, and we will discuss that. Those ages 65 and older compared to younger age groups. Several reports have demonstrated that African Americans develop COPD with less cumulative smoking and at younger ages. And that suggests that there's a greater susceptibility to the damaging effects of tobacco smoke. And we'll briefly talk about that. So I'm going to describe the air sacs that take in the oxygen and pull out the carbon dioxide. They resemble grapes, actually, when they're their healthiest, and they're at at the bottom of the smallest breathing tubes of the bronchiole. So that's where your inhalation takes place, and effectively it sends that oxygen to the rest of the body where it's needed. Um, when these cells or these breathing organs become compromised by emphysema, well, what happens? They become lax. They become over a large. And so those air spaces there become ineffective in doing what they're supposed to do. Get that oxygen in and then breathing that byproduct back out, the carbon dioxide. Okay, so how do we prevent? We know that COPD is not something that once you have it goes away. You just have to, if you don't have it, prevention, and then once you have it, you're treating. So remember those disease processes under chronic lung diseases. You have COPD, an umbrella of emphysema and chronic bronchitis, and then there's asthma. So what are some of our goals? We want to control the symptoms. We want to slow down the disease progression. We want to reduce the risk of exacerbations. That means getting more acute, time to go into the physician. And we want to work on the complications, plus improve the quality of our lives. So for mild cases of COPD, we can have classes that help you quit smoking. There's nicotine replacement products and medications. There's support groups. One of my favorite support groups is called pulmonary rehab. In fact, I was in one of those programs where we would have people with COPD and other lung conditions come in and exercise, graded exercise, treadmill, or whatever part of their bodies they need to build up and strengthen, learning how to eat, giving them information about nutrition and other things. So that's a very good program. And for support groups, get into support groups, and of course, avoiding secondhand smoke whenever possible. And there are medications for taking out all of our COPD diseases. There are medications for them. Some of them are short acting. That means you take them every 4 to 6 hours. And some of them we can take for a longer period of time, for 12 hours or so. And so what do? They help relieve our coughing, our shortness of breath. They make us breathe easier. So a word about antibiotics, because sometimes when we have the thick mucus, it has been customary to also prescribe antibiotics. So we have learned in society that over time, if you are giving too many antibiotics over time, then the germs will not react to those antibiotics and they become super germs. And one of those diseases you may know is MRSA, mercilin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus. All right, let's move on to asthma. So let's talk about the morbidity and mortality of asthma. The percentage of adults ages 18 and over who currently have asthma, this is 2021 data, 8.0%. The percentage of children under ages 18 who currently have asthma, 6.5%. And let's talk about physician office visits. So the annual number of office visits for asthma is 5.8 million. The percentage of visits to office-based physicians with asthma indicated on the medical record was 5.9%. And the number of visits to the emergency room with asthma as the primary diagnosis was 1.6 million at the time. So once again, I'm going to describe the normal airway. It's actually round with smooth muscles supporting it. It's patent, there's no mucus. So the air that you breathe in with the oxygen goes directly straight through to those little terminal breathing organs that look like grapes that can send the oxygen out into the rest of the body. And those are relaxed, smooth muscles. And then we look at an asthmatic airway. So what's happening? The walls become inflamed and thickened. And so what's happening with that airway? It's becoming smaller and less easier for you to move that oxygen in and that carbon dioxide out. Now, in the most dangerous situation when you have an airway that is so tightened with the muscles that you have this mucus production. So your airway is more compromised, that's when if you're taking your medications, you call in your healthcare provider, and it's time to go in and basically see your healthcare provider because asthma, as Dr. Ramadan said, can be deadly. So what are we doing in the house, in the homes? Because one thing COVID did teach us is that there's disparities in access to care. How are we trying to improve upon that? So here are some of the core elements of a home visit for asthma. Let's educate, number one. So when you go into the home, you want to explain in the best simple terms the condition. What is it? What does it entail? And then you want to talk to the patient and the family members about the medications that you need to take to manage your asthma and the types of devices that you can use. And then there's an asthma action plan. For those out there in the audience who have had asthma, you know that the asthma action plan actually allows you to identify, I'm okay, the green light. I don't need a physician. I don't need my meds. I just have to monitor. And then you have the yellow light. Okay, something's going on, some symptoms, the coughing. Maybe I'm a little more short of breath and I've taken my medications. And then you have the red light. Despite whatever I do, I need to get in because I'm so tight. I can't move. I'm coughing all the time. I'm tight. I can't sleep at night. So that's the red light. That's your asthma action plan. So what's happening with home exposure to various triggers? So you want to check, are there any pets in the home? Dust, chemicals, mold, and pests. And then you want to partner with resources. So what's out there in the community? You want your healthcare providers. You want your schools. You want to have asthma education in your schools. And you want links to services out there in the community. So not only are there local health resources for asthma, they are also national. There's the Asthma and Allergy Foundation and things of that nature that you can utilize for asthma. So let's talk a bit about some of those medication delivery ways. What types of medications delivery avenues are we utilizing to keep the COPD, bronchitis, emphysema, and asthma under control? So the first device that you've probably seen if you've ever taken breathing treatments is a nebulizer. So your nebulizer has a cup of a mouthpiece and a tube that goes to an air compressor if you're at home, or if you have an oxygen tank at home, or if you're in the hospital, would be on the flow meter. So what you do is you put that liquid into the nebulizer and it breaks into small particles and you simply breathe in and out, slowly and deeply until all of that medication is gone. So then came the technology of putting all that medication in a canister under pressure, and then you deliver sprays to yourself in puffs. But that works better. For instance, many of you have heard of albuterol, the albuterol inhaler. That works best with a spacer device. So if you've ever sprayed your albuterol inhaler, the medication comes out fast. You want to try to slow that medication down. Why? Because the spacer allows for that medication to sit and hold in that chamber until you can take a deep breath in and then allow for all of that medication to go into your lower airways where it is most needed. There's also a way to attach a mask for little children to the spacer device so they can also get their medication from an inhaler. And so those are just the various types of ways that we can get our medications. All right, let's talk about, and this was just so enlightening because once again, I'm an African-American female, and we talked about why are we having more COPD than males. We already know about the Caucasian population. And so we go back to social determinants of health. Where are we living? What are our traumas growing up? Living in multi-unit around dwellings around secondhand smoke. So women who have never smoked are still vulnerable to developing chronic obstructive pulmonary disease or pulmonary or COPD. Now, African American women are especially susceptible to the disease, and this is from researchers from the University of Toronto. Researchers found that women had a significantly higher likelihood of developing COPD than men. We mentioned that. And specifically, the data show that African American women have the highest prevalence of COPD, 7.0%, followed by white women, 5.2%, white men, 2.9%, and African American men, 2.4%. So, in my research, some possible causes that came up were our physiological differences, such as our height. Women have hormones differently, some of them from the males. And then they mentioned, of course, the secondhand smoke. They say from spouses, but you can have an extended family there too. And depending on where you live, that smoke is coming through the walls in the next door apartment. So something to think about. Let's talk about Black individuals and lung function. So studies have shown that Black children and adults have a lower lung function than non-Hispanic white individuals. And I wanted to stop here to say that there's a byproduct of nicotine, that's in cigarettes, that's called colcitine. And what happens with African Americans, our kidneys can't break that down as other ethnicities. So it just hangs on longer and it affects us more. So there was a health study called the ABC study, which stands for health, age, and body composition. And they examined African Americans with 80% African ancestry and 20% European ancestry, with the finding that those with 80% African ancestry experience greater reduced lung function from cigarette smoking than those with the lower African ancestry. And just to explain to you, or reiterate that the fact that we can't get rid of that byproduct of nicotine as readily as other ethnicities. Okay. So a word about long haulers, and we found out during COVID is still here. We found out that basically we were coming back after our first infection with COVID, and we're experiencing some symptoms, and they can last for weeks or even months after our initial infection. So what are some of those long haulers issues that we've had? A headache, dizziness, forgetfulness, brain fog, fatigue, a racing heart, shortness of breath, diarrhea, inflamed heart, that's called myocarditis, insomnia, muscle aches, a chronic cough, a loss of smell and taste. Infection. So what are some of those long haul issues that we have? A headache, dizziness, forgetfulness. Okay. So we're going to talk a little bit more about some long haulers COVID statistics. So this is according to the CDC, National Center for Health Statistics. And it actually came out in June of this year. So overall, 1 in 13 adults in the US, that's 7.5, have long hauler symptoms. And that's defined as symptoms that last more than 3 or more months after the first contracting of the virus, and that they didn't have prior to their first COVID infection. It actually came out in June of this year. So overall, nearly older adults are less likely to have long hauler than younger adults. Nearly 3 times as many adults ages 50 to 59 currently have long haulers. And then those who are 80 and above. And just thinking about that, most of our 50 somethings, most of them haven't retired yet. They were out there in the community, so they're more susceptible to catching COVID during that time. And the 80-year-old population was more in place at home or in nursing facilities. So they were less likely to contract the long COVID. Women, we talked about that again, women are more likely than men to currently have long COVID. That's 9.4% versus 5.5%. All right, so we're going to end, inshallah. We're going to talk about the holistic approach. What do we do? How do we keep those lungs healthy? So the best way to keep our lungs healthy is to learn how to breathe properly, in through the nose, and out through the mouth. And you're doing that deeply, and you're taking long breaths rather than breathing quick, shallow breaths. You wear that mask, that face mask, when you're exposed to any environmental uh, or chemical hazards. You use your air filters in the home. You avoid pollutants that can damage your airways, including secondhand smoke as much as possible, chemicals and radon. You check for that, especially during this time of year in the home with your windows closed, because that can cause cancer. You wear your mask when you're exposed to fumes like dust or other types of pollutants for any reason. We go back to if you smoke, let's quit and avoid vaping and using that hookah. We know that that's something that a lot of young people are using to satisfy that habit of wanting a cigarette. They're using vaping and the hookah, assuming that they are less potent than the regular cigarette. You want to eat healthy diets with lots of fruits and vegetables and drink that water. Stay hydrated. You want to exercise regularly to keep your lungs healthy. And you want to prevent infections by washing those hands often and getting your flu vaccine. So, what I wanted to do, I'm going to make available to you some wonderful, wonderful YouTube videos that speak directly to the conditions that we've talked about today. But I'm going to leave you with this particular one, which is just about 2 minutes or so.
When you or someone you care for is diagnosed with chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, or COPD, information makes all the difference. COPD is a serious lung disease, making breathing hard. It gets worse over time. Symptoms may include shortness of breath, ongoing cough, wheezing. Although there's no cure, COPD can be controlled. As a caregiver, you can improve your loved one's well-being. Keep in regular contact with healthcare providers. Understand the overall treatment plan, including how to use prescribed medicines and other treatments like breathing exercises or pulmonary rehabilitation. Support a healthy, smoke-free lifestyle. Encourage approved exercises, a healthy diet with plenty of water, and stay on top of vaccines. Caregivers who know what to expect can give better care to their loved ones with COPD. Learn the facts about COPD. Visit the COPD Caregivers Toolkit to learn more. nhlbi.nih.gov/COPD-caregivers.
So
I figure it must be an epidemic, or else they're making a lot of money off of it, selling it to black.
So, assalamu alaikum. As we wrap up this session, my apologies for the visuals. And inshallah, we have imparted to you some important information about your lungs and COPD as the seventh leading cause of death for African Americans. Remembering our genetics, remembering for the females, we're built differently. And remembering, basically, we have the hormones and we have the smaller statures. Our weight has a lot to do with how we are able to effectively breathe in as well. And basically, if there are any questions, alhamdulillah, we are here at that time, inshallah.
You know, Sister Sharon,
Yes, sir.
the one thing as you were talking that came to my mind that might also contribute to the difference that we see in African American women with COPD, and it's I don't think it can be overlooked, is hair straightening. Hair straightening occurs with with sisters from the earliest ages all throughout life. And my mother was a beautician, and and I can remember her standing there and straightening hair, and when you do it, the fumes come off of it, and that's to the beautician and to the one who's having it done. So that amounts to a whole lot over the years. And I think it might contribute to some degree. I haven't done any research and I can't give any statistics on that, but that's those hair products and those things are being looked at now for medical for causing various medical problems. So I have to look into that, get specific information.
Alhamdulillah. And Dr. Ramadan, you brought something up as well as far as the lessons learned, from this COVID era. And another one is that we need to reach out, to the communities that have been historically unable to access or just afraid to go in, not as trustful. And that's why the delay in care, and having that family talk at the table about your genetics. Okay, uncle, granddaddy, had this condition. And so that you can be aware of it and educate yourself as a family and an individual.
Absolutely. That's a talk that we don't have. In fact, it's simply overlooked and delayed until sufficient pain or something that disrupts our lives occurs. And that's why the emergency room gets so full. And oftentimes the doctor's offices are relatively empty. And because we wait until the last minute and we consider that the signal to get something done. And the body and doesn't work like that. And the damage to the body, it doesn't occur all of a sudden. When you generally, unless it's trauma or injury or acute infection, some of those processes could have been shortcutted well before the time rushing into the emergency room. And that's how we have to see taking care of ourselves and taking care of our lives. This information is information that we should be using and, using in terms of what we do, exercising, in terms of daily meals, in terms of considering the best foods, in terms of changing the way we do things. That's how this information, it's not just to know it in the back of our heads, but actually use it. And, to come up with these health disparities, which are not all explained on the different jobs that we have, the essential jobs, where we're located, genetics. Some of it is our habits, our habits. And we have to realize that we have to change these habits because there's no reason for us living as short as we are and living also the quality of life. When you have COPD, you have trouble when it's severe or moderately severe, you have trouble walking across the room. You have trouble walking up the stairs. You certainly can't exercise too much or play with the children or depending on the job you have. So these are life changing. And, and too often we've been accepting of that. We have been accepting. We think that this is just our, this is how life is for us. No, it's not. This is how we have come to accept it. And we don't have to accept this any longer. Okay, we can be oppressing ourselves with our habits. Okay, we can be oppressing ourselves with refusing to change. Okay, it's we, like it says in the Quran, we do it like this because this is the way our fathers have done it. Well, your fathers were ignorant in this regard. And we need to change. We don't need to pass these things on to our children. So, we appreciate the presentation that you made. It was comprehensive, and it can be all aspects of that can be gone into deeper. And shortness of breath is essential. It's you know So we'd like to open up for any questions at this point. We have a few minutes. If there's any questions, we can entertain them now. Perhaps we made it so clear. Okay, Imam Adil.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum, ma'am. Yeah, excellent. Because I've seen that commercial like 1,000 times where they're talking about COPD, and I see the guy with the cigarettes in his hands, but I don't usually sit and watch TV. It's usually on, and I'm walking past and I hear it. But I think it might have a lot to do with politics because we think of smoking and lung cancer, but COPD, it just like went right over my head, you know. And so today I'm really grateful that I was able to attend this program and learn more about COPD because it's also deadly, you know. And it's and the way it looks like, way it sounds is that the quality of life. So it's really it punishes you more then our focus should be more on COPD than it is talking about, oh, you should quit smoking because it'll give you cancer. No, you should quit smoking because it's toxic poison that eventually it's going to cause you some physical harm and possibly cause your death. You know. So yeah, smoking is horrible, and they talk about it in school. I quiz my children often about what the type of things that they warn and tell them about it. But if you don't have people at home reinforcing what the school is telling, what your doctors are saying, and your nurses are saying, then you know the children can get lost in the culture. And I think that's similar to what I see happening uh, with the viruses that are out, where people are kind of getting lost with the culture when they feel, you know, they say they don't say we like cattle for no reason. When they feel everybody else pushing back, then they jump on board and push back. But actually, it's still a big threat out there, and you call it a triple threat because we have things that we're looking to get vaccinated for. I was just fortunate enough recently, and so I did get the vaccine against the. I was at the doctor, and I asked. I said, "Well, you have the flu virus?" And I said, "Yeah, against the flu virus." So I got it, and you know, so the people out there that's afraid of it, I felt no different the day when I went home, the next day, or the next day, or the next day. I feel perfectly fine, and you know, I got it because I'm 55, you know, and I got young children to take care of, so I got to, you know, watch myself. So yeah, I recommend that if we're able to get those vaccines against it, that's just some extra protection that I think is vital right now. Yeah, thanks.
Very good.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thanks, real, because other than the question, I didn't have any questions, but we're looking now to see if there's anybody else out there asking questions.
Okay.
Okay, so if there's anyone in the chat that has any questions for the Muslim Health Consortium, this is now is the time to do so. You can raise your hand, and the Muslim Health Consortium can acknowledge your questions. Also, the YouTube audience, if you have any questions, please enter them into the YouTube chat, and we'll acknowledge them and ask them to the Muslim Health Consortium. Okay, we see a couple of hands, Dr. Ramadan. Sister Tawhida, yours looks like the first hand that we see, and then we'll go with Imam Anthony next.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I came in very late. I like to know, did they mention vape, you know, using the vape?
Yeah.
You know, they mentioned using the vape. Yeah, because I know the youth have been able to just go into a store and purchase it, which I thought that was kind of strange and weird, you know, getting a vape. And they say that's supposed to be real bad.
Yeah. And just as dangerous as the nicotine cigarettes. But what attracts the youth is, of course, the flavor. They make it flavorful. And that's the same with the hookah pipe. Some of them have gone to the hookah pipe because they think they're doing less damage to their lungs. So different flavors entice them I also work with the American Heart Association, and actually there's laws in Maryland, the state of Maryland, that have kind of put a handle on how that vaping and especially vaping and getting into the high schools and working on basically trying to make it less accessible to these high school students. So I thank you for bringing that up again, sister.
Yeah, I just had someone who just passed away that had COPD, and some of the things that they were giving him to try to get rid of it was, it seemed like it causes just as much harm as, almost as he having COPD. So, I try to talk to the youth because I do have some grandchildren that I had seen vape, them with the vape, and try and explain, because they said a warning on there, and that, that's in small writing, that what it can do. But it's available to them. They can go right into the store, the little just the little stores that they have storefronts, and they can just purchase it, which, I don't understand that part of it at all. That they get able to purchase that. That's all I just wanted to say. Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah, Sister Taida, assalamu alaikum. Yeah, my question is also to the whole panel about the vape thing. I hear more about people vaping marijuana than any other thing. Now, marijuana is illegal, so I know they can't just walk in the store and buy a marijuana vape. And then what terrifies me is the thought that if it's illegal, and one thing, nicotine, it looks like, I don't know if you can tell, I could be wrong, excuse me if I'm naive. Nicotine looks like nicotine. Marijuana looks like marijuana. At least they can see what they smoking. And it probably should smell like nicotine, look like, but once you put it into a plastic tube that you didn't feel, how do you know what chemicals they're getting? And it could be even more harmful than,
Right.
and then they smoke in the vape, and like it's a socially or like it's a culturally advanced thing where you're not breathing secondhand smoke into people's faces, but marijuana can hide behind it. So now you could be standing next to a child. I don't know, does the vape smell like marijuana? That's
I
what,
don't know.
yeah, see, so you could be standing next to a child and they can be doing some heavy drugs, and you telling them how handsome and nice they look and their mother should be proud of them, carrying their book bag and going to school and patting on the back saying, keep up the good work, child, you are our future leader. And that child be doing drugs right there while you're
Right,
talking.
right. Even the
So
marijuana that they can
right,
get can be laced.
should we see a kid with a vape in their hand, and
And
should
that's
we
good.
snatch it out their mouth? That's what I want to do when I see
Yeah,
a kid. I
because
saw a little girl walking down the street vaping. I told her, I just shook my hand. I was like, you should
right,
not be
right.
walking in small. I'm a grown man. I got kids older than you.
Why they able to even purchase that? And the marijuana, even the marijuana could be laced with something. I understand that the marijuana that they get at those places,
That's what I'm saying.
dispensaries, it could be laced with different things. Because I said a
That's
certain
my question. That's my question. Should we
yeah,
be
certain, yeah,
Should
it
we
could be
be up in
laced.
arms? Should we report it? Should we be reporting it to the authorities? Or should we just turn our head? Or are we looking at a endemic that's going to, and when our children turn 15, 16 years old, half of them going to have some type of irreversible ailment from vaping?
Right.
Because
Right.
little kids are vaping. This kid didn't look no more than 12 that I saw. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying too. Like I say, I think a certain group is targeted. It could be laced with something. The marijuana could be laced. I even asked the young people, I said, just to be talking to them, how come you can't, they don't let you grow your own marijuana? Because they say you can't get the seeds. You're not allowed to get the seeds. You can't get that. I say, so what is that telling you? That you
They
got
just
to
want
use
the
this?
money.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they want you to use a
That's
certain.
that's what it's all about. I
Yes,
think
sir.
that this so-called legalization of marijuana is to take the money out of the hands of the people that's willing to cross that line and become drug dealers, and put it in the hands of the people that want to control the revenue that comes from it,
And
and
not,
at the expense of our health and our
that's right.
and the future of our young people. So
That's
how
right.
much? I guess this might be the wrong place to ask this question. How much concern should we have as responsible citizens about the future and about the dangers that these new dangers that this vape thing poses, which seems to be highly addictive? that, you know, no
Yes, it
seem to
is.
be. It's
Yes, it
probably,
is.
it looked like it's worse than cigarettes. Yeah.
Yes, it is. Yes,
So
sir. Yes, it
Tahiti,
is.
we wanna allow the Muslim Health Consortium.
Ramadan.
I'm sorry.
Go
I'm
ahead,
sorry.
Mr.
I'm sorry.
Sharon, go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum. I know you this I sent the slides via the chat, but one slide did talk about the different types of chemicals in vaping that the children don't understand. Basically, okay, this is not a cigarette. And to your point of reinforcement and enforcing laws are coming down the pipe. We know it's a financial thing, but laws are coming down to the pipe to protect our teenagers, especially when they observe vaping and it's on the school grounds.
Mm-hmm.
And then even the little stores around the school that are selling these products. So as I said, we mentioned American Heart is on it, and there's other organizations that know you're killing our future generations with these products because they think it's safe, they think it's okay to vape. So there's some people out there, you know, on it, and as African Americans and people who know the dangers, just keep talking lovingly to your family members, especially in that age group, because they are impressionable. But efforts are out there to kind of put a cap on that. We know it's a financial situation, but we don't want their lungs to be scarred, and then they become the future people with COPD and other lung conditions.
And I say ditto to that. It's I know for so many years we saw in my generation we saw people smoking marijuana because they would quickly tell us, well, this is safer than cigarettes, so it's okay to smoke this. So they smoked all through college and medical school and out there. They just smoke marijuana. Now it's becoming legal in so many states, medical marijuana and, recreational marijuana in some places. And now we see our children, as you have alluded to, they're saying, well, vaping is safer than cigarettes, so it's okay to vape. Same story, different generation. It is damaging. It is damaging, and we had to fight that battle long time ago to convince people that cigarettes are damaging. We had to sue the industry that cigarettes are damaging. Sue the Surgeon General to have to put on that this is damaging to your health, can cause cancer. And it looks like we're going through the same sort of thing again, that has to prove that these other forms of inhalers, okay, commercial inhalers with good taste, are damaging. But it's like it has to run its course. So many people have to be injured or killed or die before a certain critical mass of opposition comes up. And this is it's now. Do not accept this as normal or safe, regardless of what some of the early studies that want to promote it might say. Do not accept it at all. So when you've seen it so long, you see cycles that the society goes through, and the vulnerable here are the children all of the time. Just like with the drugs, they make them different colors and make them pills and make them gummies and make different things because they can appeal to the children. And that's what they did with vaping, and marijuana has always been there. Available, but now, as you said, the state and is wanting to tax it and see sources of revenue. So, none of these things are good.
And Dr. Ramadan, as you say, things are cyclical. I'm sure you can remember in healthcare where the physicians and the nurses and other staff, what were they doing during the lunch break?
They're smoking.
And
That's right. And
then they go back to their stations, their outfits are smelling of smoke, but we didn't know. We didn't know the damage we were doing to ourselves as a population or the healthcare providers. So many of them are coming to pulmonary rehab programs after the fact because their lungs have been scarred.
we had to make hospitals no smoking zones.
Yes.
And then they had to make no smoking on hospital property because they would go outside the door and smoke and stand out, and the patients would have to go through a plume of smoke to get into the hospital because the staff was smoking. And then the hospitals had to make it part of their regulation that you can't smoke on hospital property. So these things take time, but they also, that's at a cost. That's a cost of lives. So you want to be ahead of that curve. Do not pick up these habits that are damaging and dangerous.
Okay, Dr. Ramadan, it looks like we have 3 questions from the audience, and if it's okay with you, we'll allow you to answer those 3 questions, and then we'll transition to the next portion of the program.
Okay, we'll try to do that quickly.
Yes, sir. The next question, I believe, is from Imam Anthony. Then we'll go with Sister Ellen, and then Sister Nadia will be the last question for the Muslim Health Consortium.
Assalamu alaikum,
Walaikum
Dr. Ramadan.
Good to see you.
From there. I really appreciate this. I won't rehash anything, but seemed like it's more constant. Like my wife, she has a constant cough, and she's never smoked, but her parents smoked heavily, but it got worse. As we get up here, we're close to the same age here, but has gone to many doctors. What do you call them? Folks looking for the problems where it's coming from, but it never said COPD. And it does affect her breathing, and she can't stay in any scent. We had to buy fragrance-free soaps, and we love perfumes and colognes, but can't even, I don't care whether it's synthetic or whatever, take that because it really upsets her, so I guess, where's that come from? Yeah, I know a lot of women have that problem, and more so than men.
You hit it on the head. See, a lot of that's what we hope we pointed out sufficiently in our presentation, is that you don't have to be the smoker to get the COPD. You could be just inhaling the secondhand smoke. Your mother could smoke, your father could smoke, somebody smoking in your house, smoking in the room next door. Okay, as Sister Sharon pointed out, it could be in the apartment building, and your exposure will still have the effect. Your alveoli don't know where the smoke coming from. They just have the same physiologic response, and she could indeed have it. And those things that, or it could be just bronchitis. It doesn't have to be COPD. And those things are now triggers for her, okay, that Sister Sharon pointed out. You can have various triggers. And, it could be seasonal triggers. It could be the perfume. It could be the burning wood smoke. It could be the pesticides in the area if you live in a farm area. Some of these things can be triggered, could bring on attacks. We had some people in the emergency room every season for planting or harvesting. They come up with severe exacerbations of their COPD or severe bronchitis because the planters are doing something. Okay, so it might be an industrial pollution. You near smokestacks or chimneys that are causing it. So yes, you can get it, and some asthmatics, people who have had asthma for years and years and years. And, they're older now and they'll say, I got asthma. Well, it's now become COPD, Yes.
It turns into COPD, even though the doctors don't identify it because she's been tested for everything. And
she had spirometry, as she had breathing tests, spirometry. They might do chest x-rays but she needs to have where they do lung volumes and forced expiratory volumes, how hard they're able to breathe out, okay, FEV1s. And that gives you a lot of information as to the operational function of the airways, how much air can be forced through them in a second. Okay, so that tells us, and then once you see what that number is, then you give them bronchodilators. You give them medication that can open up the airways and see if it improves once you got the medicine. After you get some inhalers, after you get medication, and then take the same breathing test, blow out, and see if it improves. And that tells you about how responsive the airways are. And so yeah, you know, and even if nobody said it, if she's has symptoms and operates as though it is, the treatments, or if they improve her, you should do it.
We tried a whole lot of things from the different doctors. I threatened to take it to Mayo to see if they can find, what I was fine with a couple, and the male had a problem. In fact, he lost his job from constant coughing, and they found it was something special, very rare, but they gave him medication and cleared him up, and that's what I want to do.
It could be the medication that caused coughing. There's some of the ACE inhibitors, okay, that we take for blood pressure cause coughing, okay?
Yeah.
And it could be genetic, alpha antitrypsin disease, okay? And they cause symptoms like bronchitis and all. So yeah, if she's had really bothered with this problem, it's not unreasonable to go to Mayo or Cleveland Clinic or something, or a university hospital to give her further testing if your local physician is not coming up with an answer.
Well, been a couple of them hasn't.
One other thing is, I would say, is to get a CAT scan of her lungs. You want to see if there's anything like early cancer that doesn't show up on just a chest X-ray until it's sufficiently large. But the CAT scan on the chest with these chronic symptoms may give more information.
Thank you.
Can we ask the brother, brother, you have general practitioners and then you have pulmonologists.
Right.
Does your wife have a pulmonologist?
Yeah, I think here lately, because it keeps going on and they try different things, and this last treatment they did something, and as he eased up, helped out a little bit, but then of course you get those different triggers that set her off, seasons or whatever, and just constant coughing, wake up coughing, sleeping coughing, it just
and it could be something in the house. It could be something in the house.
Yeah.
Right? See if she has that when she goes somewhere else. If wait for a couple of days, see if the amount of coughing is the same.
Yeah.
House and insulation or carpets or whatever could be contributing.
Well, we just had the carpet and furnace done. It helped out, of course, with the dust in the house, but it's been on for a long time. And just one addition here, back in the 60s, we were talking about, because they were going to make marijuana legal so they can find a way to make the money. Well, they did.
Yes, they did. Okay.
So, thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
All right.
Got Sister Ellen up next. Next question.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I want to thank you, Dr. McHale and Ramadan and Sister Sharon Abdullah. Thank you for the extensive value that you added to the believers here in the viewing audience and the listening audience. You took me way back to my days of nursing, where I depended upon your skills, Sister Sharon, when we would have patients that had the COPD, the pulmonary issues. My mom, God rest her soul, she transitioned with COPD, and I have a sister that's O2 dependent, that she has COPD, and my dad, God rest his soul, he had emphysema. So I was able to watch all of that. And Dr. Ramadan, when you said the patients that have the coughing from the medication. I remember one medication in particular, Capitan, because I had those heart failure patients and they were on Capitan, and you would get that cough. You would get that cough. You would get that cough. You know, once they were taken off of the Capitan, the cough, it just over time it went away. Okay. And you had me all over the place, and which was a good thing, because you just brought back memories for me. And Dr. Ramadan, when you gave the scenario of you, I've now have deemed you the ER physician, and these are the things that you look for. And you know, it was an eye opener, you know. And like you said, especially when I have this African American male coming in here with this shortness of breath, you begin to describe different things. Is it wet? Is it dry? Things that we would have never thought of. So you just added such both of you just added such incredible value to us. And alhamdulillah, we can't thank you enough. And I also want to add this, is I was in Oregon. When I was traveling, I was on an assignment in Oregon, and their marijuana is legal. And so they had dispensaries all over the place, okay, in Florence, Oregon. And I recall having an argument. I had an argument with a staunch Republican nurse in the ICU. And my argument was this: they have now made it legal for every person who they have put in jail, because they were selling small amounts to be able to take care of their families. They need to let them out of jail, period. And the nurse couldn't understand what I was saying. But just recently in Oregon, that governor passed a law to allow all of those that have been in jail for small offenses, she has let them go. Okay, so you've taken it where you've taken it out the drug dealers' hands. You've legalized it because you realized that there was money to be made. So I thought about that also. So as I said, both of you had me all over the place, but it was good. And I just wanted to share from my heart what the thanks. Because on them floors at Cleveland Clinic, I took all of that in, Sister Sharon, because when we had them COPDs, look, at my respiratory therapist, she smoked. She would go and take smoke breaks. Okay, she was good too, but she would go and take smoke breaks, and I would kind of look at her, but it's like, go do your job, because eventually, like you said, Sister Sharon, now they're in pulmonary rehab clinics because they done damaged their lungs. Period. So thank you again. Alhamdulillah. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you for that. Wa alaikum assalam. Thank you for your comments, sister. Hands up.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Sister Nadia from New Orleans.
Yes.
My question is I did a sleep study, and they said that during the sleep study, I stopped breathing 51 times during the night. And now they have me with the CPAP machine. Is the CPAP machine, is that like related to the COPD?
Sister Sharon, did you want to comment on that?
So actually, it's sort of related, but basically you need to, again, do you have a pulmonologist, a lung doctor? Because they're the ones that are guiding you to different therapies that you need, because they found something going on with your lungs over a period of time. So, Dr. Ramadan?
Right. You could have a number of, it could be upper airway, it could be your tongue, going back. It's obstruction that is occurring. Okay. And this is what, it doesn't mean COPD necessarily. But it uses the air pressure to help open up the airway. And that's important because 51 times is a lot. It means like if you were, I would say if somebody was holding a pillow over you and stopping your breathing throughout the night and you wake up and fight, okay? Well, that pillow is happening down in your upper airway. It's being cut off. But your lungs and all, and your brain and the oxygenation in the alveoli, they don't know what's doing it. They just know they're not getting the air. Okay. And that triggers the mechanisms for you to jerk and fight back. So there are many things that result from those apneic episodes, those where you deoxygenate. Okay, it can cause arrhythmia, contribute to high blood pressure, uh, somnolence, more sleepiness during the day, because your sleep is affected, and you don't get the rest that you need. There's many things that occur from sleep apnea. We hadn't had that knowledge for too many years. Sleep studies and sleep specialties just come into medicine and the importance of it. So, for those with COPD or asthma, they may need it to give them the additional pressure to get into their airways, but that's not the only one. Okay, so it doesn't mean that you have it. Your original question, but please use it if you have it. So many times people start it and stop it. They find it inconvenient or bothers them. Your body says thank you. Your body says thank you.
This is a commercial, and this is Access to Care. This gentleman, heavyset Caucasian gentleman, he has the regular CPAP mask on, the tubing. He's going back and forth in the bed, and he's just totally disgusted. Then they show Inspire, I believe that's the product name. You can't even see the connection. So that's typical compliance because it's more comfortable. He can sleep through the night, but again, access to care.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Alhamdulillah. Next question.
I think our last one, was Sister Baina.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ma'am Don, and all the health team for all you share with us. I just have a short comment, and I hope I'm not too long. I lost my husband in the 80s to lung cancer. Now, he worked in a smoke environment for almost 40 years. He retired with 39 years of service and was on the payroll for 44 years at Chrysler. But he would come home complaining of, just people smoking on the line. And one day he would have this cough all the time, and he spit this bright red blood up. And me being a retired nurse, so I told him to go and get x-rays, So he did, and they did discover that there was, his lung was damaged and there was cancer there. So, and it had advanced so that they really couldn't treat it. Now, as a child, he did suffer with asthma. And then I guess working in that environment and never smoked, never drink, but being in that environment, I guess the secondhand smoke, after so many years, it did damage his lungs. And, and it just moved so fast, they weren't able to do anything about it. So that was over 30 years ago that he passed away. So, and I was so happy when they did take it out of the hospital. Oh my God, I just got so tired of coming home smelling like smoke. And because I work in mental health. And so they had to take the patients outside, and the staff would take them out to smoke. And, and they would look forward to this time for smoking time, and don't care what the temperature was, they were outside smoking. So for me, it was just a blessing when they did take it out of the hospital. Still did. I didn't have to come home smelling like smoke all the time. But it was really, really sad, with my husband losing him to that disease so early, because he was only 62 at the time.
You bring up so many points in your comments that that the importance of that secondhand smoke, and people would come home with it on their clothing. Okay, it was not. They don't have to. They encounter it where they work, but they bring that smoke home on their clothing, and that also gives secondhand smoke to the family and all. And you also the industrial exposure to coal mines, to mesothelioma, all of the industrial exposures that are cancer causing in the lung disease, in the lung, and they suffer with bronchitis or COPD, and then the lung cancer is discovered in there. Right. So this is major, and in the industrial areas that we live in, that our communities are located. This is why I thank Allah for this opportunity for us to point out these things, because nobody else tells us how we are being impacted in so many ways by so many things. And we want to change that, inshallah.
Right, because he did suffer with the bronchitis, and the asthma.
Yes.
So, and working in that environment definitely, I'm sure, didn't help at all.
Absolutely. You don't just go from clear lungs to lung cancer in the industrial exposure. You go through, chronic bronchitis, and with episodes of acute bronchitis and exacerbations, and then finally somebody does a chest X-ray and sees what's there, and that took a while to develop, to get that big too, that cancer that is discovered. So these processes, we can shortcut, we can stop them, inshallah. Thank you for your comments, sister.
Thank you, brother. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
Dr. Ramadan, you said something that I was not aware of, that so if you can smell it, then you're being affected by it. So you could, even if it's you smell it on people's clothes. So when people walking in reeking, I used to think that a friend of mine is kind of extreme, where they would be spraying stuff and really busting people out, talking about how you smell like weed. You should you should be ashamed. You're out there smoking that stuff and coming in here around people. But and brought up another situation. Like I have a friend that said that they could issue citations for excessive noise, blowing the horn excessive, for playing loud music, but they can't issue a citation for somebody smelling up the whole place with cigarettes or marijuana you roll down the window. And I actually didn't think nothing of it, because I figure I'm gonna drive through it. But I smell marijuana more than I've ever smelled in my life in my car from driving on the expressway with traffic. I'm like, how does that happen? And he made a strong point, or this person made a strong point, that I think if anybody's out there listening, that they can issue citations for other disruptions of the public. Why not marijuana?
That's something to think about. Yeah.
And cigarettes, for that matter, if it's all harmful. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dr. Rama, thank you, Imam W.D. Muhammad. Mm-hmm. We don't want to leave the veterans out. We know the different wars that you've been through, the exposures. Please use your VA to assess what kind of claims you can obtain, because they're there for you. So it's just something, you know, if you need resources, we can provide them for you. My husband's a veteran, in fact. You have been through those serious issues, whether it was Afghanistan or whatever, they were burning oil drums. Your lungs were affected. In Vietnam, your lungs were affected. So please don't forget you have the VA.
Right. Absolutely. We see that in Camp Lejeune right now.
Right, right. And that Agent Orange, I think that's the one people talk about in Vietnam a lot. And I have a friend that developed Parkinson's. He said he worked in a factory where they made grinding stones. And there's a powerful chemical that they use to make these grinding stones that everybody uses to sharpen metal. And he believes that his Parkinson's was due to that. So Parkinson's, that's a whole nother topic that I believe it's a neurological, right? I'm not sure, but can some of those things be traced back? Because you don't hear too much about people that are victims of Parkinson's if they can trace that back to some job they may have had. You know,
that's true. In fact, we treat so many cases of Parkinson's that we don't even look at the causes. We just really begin treatment. You know, wherever you got it, you got it. So
yeah.
You know, we go from there. So you know, we're just now beginning to look at all of these different causes and the impact on us. We have created to an extent, a chemically toxic world.
Yeah.
And we are now learning from radiation to cell phones to what we eat in the diet, to what we inhale, to what we rub on us, to what we do to our hair, how all of these things can impact and cause cancer or other diseases, not just, respiratory diseases, but we're now looking at all of that critically, and, and it's showing us something. It's showing us how
great. And to me, it gives me hope. I'm optimistic about the advancement of the sciences in the medical world because it looks like it's growing really, really fast, and the advancements are really faster than I remember when I was younger. Because when we were younger, it was, if you watch television, it was cool to smoke. It went from cool to smoke to nobody smoking. I don't see most areas in the community, you don't see cigarettes, and you don't see and you don't smell cigarettes. So, as a society, we're headed in the right direction, but there's so much more, like you just said, that we probably should be doing.
Yeah. Just in closing, after this series, I think at the end we want to give a summary of what these 10 top killers mean to us, and give our analysis, our review, and our prescription as to what we can do to improve and to combat and to deal with our current world and the current evidence-based information that we have that we can improve. So, inshallah.
Excellent. Dr. Ramadan, so that in closing, I believe this was the 7th part in the 10-part series?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so inshallah, the next first Sunday, which will be, I believe it'll bring in the new year, will be January 1st, will be Sunday, next first Sunday. So we'll have the 8th part in this series presented by the Muslim Health Consortium. Dr. Ramadan, do you know which one it'll be yet, or you want to announce?
That will be kidney disease.
Kidney disease. Okay.
Kidney disease. The 8th top killer of African Americans.
Wow.
Okay, well, excellent. We thank the Muslim Health Consortium. Once again, we thank Nurse Sharon and Imam Dr. Mikhail Ramadan for their presentation as usual. And we look forward to seeing them on to bring in the new year, January 1st. Inshallah. So at this time, we'll proceed to the next part of our program, which will be the Quranic Arabic discussion with Imam Elam Mohammed. Imam Elam?
Yes. Thank you, Imam Ramadan, and all the rest of your contributors. Excellent presentation. I learned a whole lot, and it's a great benefit to the community. So this is the Quranic Arabic discussion, and we have to get to where we are now. You first have to learn the Arabic alphabet, and then learn the vowel sounds that goes over the Arabic letters. And once you do that, now you're in a position to make words. And Imam Muhammad said, words makes people, and people are a product of words. And words is anything that brings a message to your mind. And we know that everything around us is signs from Allah, and they bring messages to our mind. And in the Holy Quran, verses of the Quran are called signs. And so Imam Muhammad said, once you learn the alphabet, to teach the Arabic language. And so that's where we are. And so one process that we use with the Quranic Arabic Islamic Studies compared to religious class that I conduct is that taking one attribute of Allah. There's 100 attributes of Allah, and we know that those are the most popular ones, but there's many attributes of Allah. The attributes of Allah is uncountable, and we know Ar-Rahim is an attribute of Allah, and but it's not within the 100. And so what we're going to do is take the attribute of As-Salam. I'm going to put it on the board, and with that, I will be teaching somebody's trying to get in. I will be teaching the Arabic grammar. You need to know the grammar, how to read these sentences and so forth that you see in the verses of the Quran that you read. And I'm sure due to COVID and Zoom and so forth, our class, we developed that when you look at a verse of the Quran, you can look at 5 things. They're not all those 5 things are there. It could be 2 or 3 or whatever. I've seen verses that all 5 are there. And one you look for is sentences that are simple sentences in Arabic, where there's not a physical verb written out and it's understood. So in your translation, it would be the verb to be. I am, you are, he or she is. And so that's from simple sentences. And then next you look for sentences that actually have verbs in the sentence. And you'll see a physical verb that has been conjugated one way or another. And so you find that. Then you look for prepositional phrases. Prepositional phrases that, first of all, you need a preposition. In, over, by, and so forth. And then you have the object of the preposition. That's what, like fihim. Fihim means in them. Fihi means in he. Bihi means with him. And so be is preposition, fi is preposition. Then you have the pronouns attached to it. So then you look for prepositional phrases. The next would be the adulthood structure. And it sounds like a big word, but if you read the last chapter of the Quran, you will see in An-Nas a lot of examples of the adulthood structure. You read the chapter of Falak, you will see the adulthood structure again, among other things. But you also will see some derivatives of the adulthood structure. That means it's a little bit more deeper than the initial. Then, of course, the examples of the adulthood structure is the chapters of the Quran, Suratul Al-Fatiha. And the understanding is that you don't see the word of, actually physically see it, but it's translated of something. It means possession. Suratul Fatiha, the chapter of Al-Fatiha, or Al-Fatiha's chapter, but the of is understood. Suratul Baqarah, the chapter of the Ka, and so forth. So those are examples of Dafa structure. And a lot of the verses was revealed in either Mecca or Medina. Or the word that's after, if it's Makiyatun, you have a simple sentence then. A Dafa structure starts it out, Suratul Fatiha, the chapter of the opening chapter. Then you have to put is Meccan, Makiyatun, is Meccan. You don't see the verb is. So again, simple sentences, a Dafa structure, prepositional phrase, and I put in, okay, look for adjectives too. And so it works out pretty good with our classes as we go through and break them down. And it helps us in our translation tremendously. And so what we will do today is we're going to take an attribute of Allah, as-salam, and this is another thing that we have developed with our class, is that we could take that one the grammar step by step using just that one word. So the attribute is as-salamu. Now it's a little slanted a little bit. Again, I'm using a mechanical pencil on a whiteboard. So, okay, as-salamu. Okay, there's quite a few Arabic grammar books out. One that I use is Arabic Made Easy. Another one I use is Modern Standard Arabic. And with the knowledge of the rules that are in those books and that we have been teaching in our class, pretty much the students that's in the class, they pretty much can thumb through. They should be, at least top students should be able to thumb through any one of those books, chapter by chapter, and see the rules that they already know, and they're able to find out where they are. To some degree, the first book of Modern Standard Arabic, most of the students are probably within about 20 chapters of that, well, 30-some chapter book. And the rest of it is dealing with numbers, mathematics, and so forth. It's a lot of other little things, but for the most part, we got about 70% of the Arabic grammar. This one book that I really like, it's called Quran Made Easy, and it made it. No, it's not. It's called Arabic Made Easy. Let me correct that. Arabic Made Easy, and so it is not a book that deals with Quranic Arabic. The Quranic Arabic that we deal with is from the tafsir of the Imam Muhammad, that he gives us definitions. And a lot of times you look up definitions in a dictionary, the most important definition is buried and hardly ever used. For example, with this word right here, as-salamu, it means quite a few things. But, also, it means peace. As-salamu, peace. And that's what we're going to deal with, peace. So the Arabic is made of three things. They're made of the Arabic language, made of three things: nouns, verbs, and particles. And under the definition of particles, there's many things that are not nouns and verbs. And prepositions would be in the class of particles. So here we have a noun. First thing you want to teach is a noun. So you have to teach the rule of noun. And the rule of noun is that they're either definite or indefinite. Okay. So, and the definition of noun is the same, almost the same as in English, but much more broader. The definition of noun is person, place, or things, adjectives and adverbs and pronouns. That's from that particular book. And it works out pretty good. Okay. Assalamu, it's a noun. How do we know it's a noun? And it's a definite noun. How do we know it's a definite noun? It starts out with alif lam, al. That means the. And then the last letter, the meme, has a dhamma. So to be definite, it has to have al, the. This is the basic rule of noun. And the last letter would be dhamma. So it's the piece. And so as you look at the attributes of Allah, you have Al-Malik, the ruler, Al-Qudus, the holy. You look at these the attributes, they have the Alif Lam, most of them, 90% of them. You got Malikul Mulk, so that's a Adolphic structure. But and the beautiful thing about the nouns, the attributes, the nouns, is that they can also be used as adjectives, words that describe the nouns. And so it is so remarkable. So again, this is a definite noun, and what makes it definite is al, and the last letter has a dhamma. So it'll be like that. All right, to make it indefinite, you take off the alif lam, and the last letter will get a double dhamma. It's called tanween bid dhamma, false in sign, with a dhamma. It's a double dhamma. It's false in because you don't see it in, but the sound is un. So to write it, there's no alif lam. You have again that one's slanted. That's okay. Salamun, salamun, and it means a piece, a piece. Okay, and just with these the definition of the rule of noun, that they're either definite or indefinite. Again, the salamun is indefinite. A piece, assalamu is the piece. There's a, I don't know if I'm gonna spell it right. That's a verse in the Quran, a whole verse in the Quran. And anybody can correct me because I'm coming from memory. So it should be Wesebikuna Sebikuna or Wesebikuna Sebikun. And this is a simple sentence with the same word. And basically, where is added to it. Where means and. But so without the where, it'd be Sebikuna Sebikun. So it means the foremost is the foremost. Is would make it that. You don't see the is, but it's the foremost is the foremost. And that's that verse in the Quran. I'll try to give you to it before I finish up. So I was using that word. That's to go back to where I was with the attribute. So if I say, Assalamu, Assalamu Salamu. Basically, it says the source of peace is the source of. Example of this simple sentence. Assalamu, Assalamu Salamu. All right, the source of peace is the source of peace. Okay, and then you could easily write, I have Salamun. I just put huwa right here. Again, simple sentence. A verb that you do not see. You see huwa Salamun. Huwa Salamun. And huwa is unattached pronoun. It means he. And literally what you see is he, a source of peace. And so to translate it, you have to say, he is a source of peace. So if I put huwa up here, huwa salamu, he is the source of peace. Again, you do not see the verb is, but you would translate it that way. And we're familiar with this word, assalam. We say it all the time. You say, assalamu alaikum or assalamu alaikum. And the translation, this is the attribute of Allah. Allah is the source of peace, or that's one way of saying it, source of peace, or the peace of God, or God's peace, God's peace. Then you have alaikum. And the way we translate it is God's peace be upon you, be upon you, be upon you. But really, it's a simple sentence. Assalamu alaikum. God's peace is upon you. You don't see is, but it's a simple sentence. Assalamu alaikum. God's peace is upon you. And now, back to Salamu. Let me look at my time. Okay. Once we go through the first rule of noun, then the next thing, we want to move to the next stage of teaching Arabic grammar. The Arabic nouns and adjectives and adverbs is based upon a 3-letter root. And that 3-letter root is a verb. And in fact, in order to look up a word in an Arabic dictionary, you have to find the 3-letter root. And then once you look up the 3-letter root, the dictionary gets you the in-depth meaning of that particular word. And so the Arabic language then is, especially the nouns, adjectives, and pronouns, is based on the verb. And the verb is just like the seed. It's an action. Starts off with an action, then it begins to flower into the higher understanding of that particular word or that particular root. So here we have assalamu. So what you have to do is to get it to the 3-letter root, you take off that. First thing you take off, and I would ask students, what is the first thing you take off? Al. That means the. All the attributes almost has al. So take that off. So if you take off al, you have salamu. So you count the letters. You want 3 letters. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4. The lamb with the aleph is actually 2 letters. That's basically what it is. They just put it together as one lamb. So what you would do is take off the aleph. All it is a long vowel. Arabic has short vowels, fatha, fatha, a, kasra, e, dhamma, u, and sukun. And sukun really means to rest also. So, but you got a, e, u. Well, here's another teaching point then. Why would we take off the long vowel? You got to first know what a long vowel is. The short vowel goes like this: a, e, u. It's short. The long vowels, in order to make it, you have to take an aleph. The fatha goes over the letter that's before, and you get the a sound. A, long a sound. To get the u sound, you have a wow, and the dhamma is over the letter that's before, and that's what you get the oo sound. So longer sound. Then to get the long e sound, you have a kasra and a ya afterward, and it becomes e. So in this case, the long vowel is the aleph in salam, so you remove that. So all you have is the seen, the lamb, and the me. And the base letters has sa, sa, sa. And I usually just say, just look for the letters. And so you start with the seen, the lamb, and the me. Okay, so we use the dictionary called Dictionary of the Holy Quran. It's the same dictionary that Imam Muhammad used in the class from 2001 to 2006. His brother gave him the book Hands Aware. It's a very good dictionary also. And Imam mentioned some other dictionaries before that. So if I don't have my dictionary with me, but if we were to look up this word, you will find it. It will come out with a vowel, salimah. And it's the past tense. That 3-letter root represents the past tense form of the verb. And the first thing that normally taught in grammar is the past tense form of the verb. Okay. Salimah, it means several other things, but I want to use either submit or peace. Okay. All right. Salimah is 3-letter root. But before you conjugate that verb, you got to know, you got to memorize, and be able to spell it. Put it on the board like I put it on the board from memory. The unattached pronoun, ana, which is I. Anta, which is you, male, a male person, you. Anti, means female, you, a female person. Then hua, I'm not going to put them all on. I usually put about 7, so I can teach. I can teach unattached pronouns. My time is out if I went through all of them. Okay, hua is he, then here. I'll use this one too. Here, she. All right. So with this, you have to memorize the unattached pronouns: Anna, I, Anta, you, Auntie, you, who, he. You need to write it out just like I did. And a good teaching process, again, is to learn the word and be able to write it out and know what you got. Break the word down. That's what you have. So this one right here. You take your alphabet sheet, this is what you will see. Then enter. I'm not going to do the rest of, but that's what you do. And then you can do a word game. You can say Anna, I, Anna, I. Just say it out loud. Anna, I, or have somebody say it with you. Anna, I. Then play a little game. Say, I, Anna, I, Anna, I, Anna. Write it down too, so you can also can see what it look like when you write it down. Anna, I, or I, Anna, Anna, I, Anna. So then you ask a question. Okay, what does Anna mean? You already done said it enough time. You say I. So how you say I in Arabic? You'll say Anna. And so, all right. So you got to know the pronouns. And next, now we broke it down to the 3-letter root. And this is where we'll probably end up of the class. The 3-letter root is a verb. And of course, there's many verbs in the Arabic. Just like every attribute of Allah, you can break it down to the. And so, for example, if you have Ar-Rahman, the 3-letter root is Rahiman. If you have, we're doing As-Salam, Malik, the king, the ruler, you can break that down to the 3-letter root. So we broke this down to 3-letter root, but you have to have a model to be able to conjugate verbs in the past tense form. And the verb is used is called fa'ala, fa'ala. It means you don't see the pronoun, but you put it there. Huwa fa'ala. That's what it is. Huwa fa'ala. So it would be right down here. And that's what it looks like. Fa'ala. Okay, and so you can conjugate that. You have charts and everything that shows you how to conjugate. You got to memorize it. I mean, it just ain't going to fall from the sky. It takes some work. To say I do, fa'ala means to do. Ana fa'altu. Again, I'm doing this from memory, and somebody wants to correct me, you can. Ana fa'altu. And I'm just going to do, I can do it. Fa'alta. Anti fa'alti. Like I said, there's charts that tells you how to do this. Fa'alti. Fa'alti. And huwa again fa'ala. So huwa fa'ala means he did. Ana fa'alat of fa. Move this. Ana fa'altu means I did. Anta fa'alta means you did, male. Anti fa'alti means you did, female. And then huwa fa'ala means he did. However, we looked up the word selima. We looked it up. You thought it might have been selima, but it says no, it's selima. Okay, selima, like this. Selima. So how are we going to conjugate this? How are we going to put it into this jig, into this form? What you have to do, you have to take fa'ala and you have to change it. Fa'iltu. Fa'ila. So that lines up with selima. Fatha here, kasra here, fatha here, fatha there, fatha there, kasra here. So when you change the matrix, then you had to conjugate fa'ala. From fa'altu, it becomes well, I took it all off. Okay. Fa'altu, it becomes fa'il to. And so what you would do to conjugate Selima then, you after you made those changes, let's see if I can change it here. And I'll conclude. So you change the other one to fa'ilata, then you have fa'ilati, then you already did it, fa'ila. So if I did that, then I could do Selima. I could say Anna Salim to Salim to, and then Salim to. Then the next one would be Anta Salim ta, Anti Salim T, Huwa Salima, Hiya Salima, Nahnu Salim na. So we conjugated Salima, and it is the past tense form, and basically says I submit, you submit, you submit, he submit, she submit, and so forth. And so in summary, this is just a start of, is a step-by-step process of taking the attribute of Allah this one, and going through all the rules of grammar. I went through the past tense form of the three-letter root. There's a present tense form. There's a command form. There's a future form. In fact, there's a sheet that has, and so you learn how to conjugate the verb in the past tense. My next step, I don't have the time. My next step would be, okay, now we just did that. Let's go into how the nouns are affected by two things. Two things affect nouns. When I say affected, affects the last letter. The meaning does not change, but when you read in the Quran, you see that the letter is not the same way that you might have learned it just by itself. That means that something's affecting it. And nouns are affected by two things. Definite nouns are affected by the same two things, definite and indefinite nouns. And one of them is a verb. Salima, if I wrote Salima, which is really huwa, this is a sentence with a verb. Salima means he submitted. I'm not good grammar. This is the attribute, Assalamu. What happened with this, because Assalamu is now the object of the verb, subject is huwa. You got to have a subject and a predicate. Subject is what's going to, is the doer, and the predicate is going to have the verb and what completes the thought. So in this case, you have a subject, verb, salima is the verb, and salama is the object of the verb. And if you have salima, if it's that last letter has to be changed to a fa. Huwa salima salama. Assalamu is still the source of peace, the submitter. But here, when you read the Quran, instead of assalamu, you see a fa over it. Why? That's because the verb is affecting it. If it's if you had salamun, yeah, my time is out. Salamun, Salamun. Again, you had Hua, Salima, Salima. The last letter of this indefinite noun, Aleph Lam is not there. It's indefinite, so it would have, instead of U, it would have a double Dhamma. Because the verb is affecting it, you have to, in this case, you add an Aleph to it and a double Faha. Hua, Sali, Selima, Seli, man. And it's still the same, means the same, but that's how you will read it in the Quran. And finally, this is it. The other thing that affects the verb, not verb, affects the noun is a preposition. Easiest one is be, with, by, with, or in. That's what it translates. Be. You would attach to the Aleph, and if if you have Assalamu, you attach the preposition. Now this is a prepositional phrase. The last letter would get a kashrah. So when you see Assalamu and it has a kashrah at the last letter, that's because a preposition is affecting it. Be or fi or min or whatever like that. And then if you have a preposition with the indefinite noun, which would be salamun, you had be, and that would you attach it to the scene, but the last letter would get a double kashrah. Be salam min, and it would look like this. So it's still salamun, but be affected it. So it says with a source of peace, and with the Aleph Lam, the be attached to it. And so that was one more step of grammar. Then we do the Adolphi structure. Then we do how the attached pronouns. The attached pronouns, they're attached to three things: noun, verbs, and preposition. And then, of course, we do the Adolphi structure and so forth. So that's our class. I probably taught you probably half a semester of grammar in a half hour. With that, I give everybody, when I say a half a semester, maybe about 10 weeks in about half hour. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you.
Wa alaikum assalam. Thank you, Imam Elam. At this time, we're going to transition to the next portion of our program, which is going to be the business and technology presentation presented by Brother Abdul Rashid Akbar. And as we all know that the Mosque Cares, the Ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad, puts on these first Sundays every month. And we have our annual programs, and we have our Savior's Day program is our next major initiative, our next program. And that will be on Saturday, February 25th, 2023. And so that's our initiative. And you can go register at saviorsday.net. And we want you to take advantage of the early registration rates. The early registration rate is $100. So you have a short period of time remaining to take advantage of that rate, and you'll find out more information on the saviorsday.net website. Also, we want to make sure that we are, let's donate to the Mosque Cares Ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad. You can do so at themosquecares.com and donate. And even when you register for Savior's Day, you'll have the opportunity to donate to the Mosque Cares. And that helps us to put on these programs, which we have the Savior's Day program, which will be followed by the Ramadan session, which will be then followed by the New World Patriotism Day. Then that'll be followed by our annual Muslim convention.
The Savior's Day program, we have a beautiful topic for that. I was trying to pull it up. We generally choose titles, and traditionally Savior's Day was for a good period of 30 years, it was our day, the African American Day. Black History Month was built around it. And Savior's Day, as we all know, is in the month of Black History Month. And this year, I think this is the first year we celebrated the Native American month, which was the month of what was that? That was last month, October, I believe. November. Last month, November. And that's a wonderful thing. And they using the language indigenous, indigenous. So the African American, we have to not forget. We're used to fighting for our rights and then sitting back and waiting for laws to be passed and expect the society to keep us in their minds and keep our interests, the interests of us as a people, in the forefront. But no, that's our job. That's our job to make sure that the sacrifices that our ancestors made and that our history is not forgotten. And those of us that follow the tafsir and the teachings, the leadership of the Islamic community, the Muslim community that was established in the early years of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's ministry. Since the very beginning, we call ourselves Muslims, and it has evolved from a celebration of the way that institution started. And it's our duty to remind people, and the best place to remind people that we are not that community. We are an evolved community. We're a community that has joined the rest of the world of faith, the Abrahamic faith, those that follow the teachings of Christ Jesus and Abraham and Moses and all of the prophets of the Bible, and the last and final revelation given to man from God, the Holy Quran. So we are those people, and we can't forget that it is our responsibility to uphold what we hold dear as being our life. And Savior's Day is a very, very crucial part of our lives. And if they're looking to learn what we're celebrating from the Nation of Islam and Farrakhan, that it's also our job to clear up those misunderstandings. We can't leave it to Farrakhan and the Nation of Islam for people to understand who we are. And I spend more time telling people, I think people would love me and know me for me if they didn't automatically assume that, I'm gonna just say it right out flat. I had to tell a person the other day, I don't hate white people. They watched the Emmett Till movie and calling me and hating on white people. I said, my father is the son of Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and God is my witness. Not one time. I'm not saying other people didn't do it. Not one time in my life have I ever heard him refer to a Caucasian as anything other than a Caucasian or by the name that God gave them or their mother gave them. He had never referred to them as devils, their children, or anything. And to be honest with you, I could hear in his voice reluctant to even teach the history if the time came for him to speak in that manner. So we can't sleep on Savior's Day, brothers and sisters. It's our time. This is our time to not just reflect and remember, but we have a responsibility to the public and to the legacies that we leave and to the hard work and the life legacy of Imam W.D. Muhammad. And yes, we need money to do that. We wouldn't have got this far. Imam Muhammad lived on maybe a tenth. If the Honorable Elijah Muhammad had $1, Imam Muhammad had 10 cents. And you all refuse to give him more and more help. And so you know what you give me. So, and it's not me, it's the work. All the money goes to the work and the continuation of this work. And everything that you do in opposition to that and to not support that, me personally, if you come from our background, you're essentially robbing us in broad daylight. And I've accepted it since the death of my father. He wouldn't have allowed it. You couldn't have robbed him the way you robbed me in broad daylight. But I accept it because we live in a free country. And, sometimes that's the spirit of capitalism, but I'm not a capitalist. I'm a Muslim. So I ask you all to join me at this year's Savior's Day for building what is the building? Forgive me, because I'm handling business now. This is what your leader does. We handle business, building and sustaining family and community. And this is the greatest threat family. If you don't have a community to support that family has a hard time surviving the world as it is today. So join us, and thank you for your time. And we're going to get into a part of our program, and let us know what you think of our program, of our first Sunday program, because it's a community program. It's not a me program. It's not a Wallace D. Muhammad II program. I know a lot of us, some people would get their foot stuck in the mud. They don't realize the mud and dried up and it's dust, it can take their foot out. And so I'm gonna let y'all know that I am not a part of that structure that we call the former Nation of Islam. I'm a follower of Imam W.D. Muhammad, and his leadership never reflected that life. And many people say, well, he said, well, we should go back to that. We should go back to, if all fails, he said, yeah, we should go back to the discipline of it. He never said anything about the ideology or the teachings or the ignorance that came with it. So let's please not be tricked or fooled by those that wish to see you go back and do things that are less than what your good nature is calling you to. So yeah, this is our first Sunday program, and our next part is it's a class headed by Imam Abdul Rashid Akbar, and this is our business and technology class. One of my favorite parts of this program, and I always look forward to it. And you should ask your young people. I'm calling my daughter down here now. She's a young entrepreneur, and I may share that with y'all if I have a chance later. But we want you all to know how easy it is to start and run your own business, and what advice that you should be given is coming up next. I'm gonna bring Abdul Rashid Akbar on. Thank you. Here he is. He's here. Thank you.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Thank you, brother Imam. With Allah's name, the merciful benefactor, the merciful redeemer, I bear witness only there's no God but the one God, Allah. And I bear witness only that Muhammad is his messenger and the seal of the prophets. Brothers and sisters, I thank Allah for blessing me to be presenting again here on the first Sunday program. I give you all the greetings of peace. Assalamu alaikum. And for those who are on, who don't understand what that means, it means may God's peace be upon you or with you. So as the title of this presentation is Business and Technology. And there are two videos that I want to present today. One of a young lady, and I call her a young lady, who has distinguished herself in business, and then a young man, and he is truly a young man. And hope you will enjoy both. I'm going to mention some takeaways from each one when each one ends, and then I'll be glad to entertain any questions at the end. So let me go to share my screen. Well, first, let me bring up the, let me bring it up. Okay, so now let me go back to share my screen and share my sound. So, all right, Brother Adair, you got to give me screen sharing authority.
You have it, Brother Akbar.
Okay, thanks. All right, share the sound. Let's get rid of this. All right, so this is going to be our first video, and let's get started.
Turning now to pioneering businesswoman, philanthropist, and pro sports team owner, that's Sheila Johnson. She is part owner of the NHL's Washington Capitals, the NBA's Washington Wizards, and has a stake in the Washington Mystics of the WNBA. You go, Sheila. Johnson, who co-founded BET, was recently named CEO of the Year by Washington Business Journal, and she owns 5-star resorts around the world. She is a badass. CBS Saturday Morning Co-host, that's Michelle Miller, spoke with Johnson about how she became the first Black female billionaire and the personal challenges she overcame along the way.
When it comes to the Washington Capitals, Sheila Johnson's what you call a proud vocal partner.
Did you ever see yourself as a professional sports mogul?
No, I wouldn't call myself a mogul.
Still, the 2018 Stanley Cup champ scored an ultimate trifecta for her.
I know when things are going to work and when they're not going to work. I really trust my instinct.
Making Johnson the first and only Black woman with an ownership stake in 3 professional sports teams.
I have the wonderful WNBA national champions 2019 Washington Mystics.
Drop the mic.
I have the Wizards, which we're still working on for a title. And then we have the 2018 NHL Capitals.
And how does that fit in?
It's my side gig. It's my side gig.
Her story begins in Maywood, Illinois. Her mother, an accountant, her father, one of only 11 Black neurosurgeons in the country.
You talk about learning resilience. We had to move 13 times because my father could not practice in white hospitals. And everyone asked me, moving that much, what was your childhood like? And I thought it was an adventure.
Her first act in life was as a concert violinist, but it was in 1980 that Johnson took the first step in building an empire when she co-founded BET along with her ex-husband.
Talk about those early days. What was your vision?
The whole purpose of starting BET was to give the African Americans a voice. It was the birth of cable. And everything that was being pumped out there from CNN to Nickelodeon, you name it, nobody talked about the importance of the African American voice. If I could do it all over again, my voice could be listened to. I think the network would have looked a little different.
More news, less entertainment. But by 2001, the network sold to Viacom and cemented Johnson in history as the first Black woman billionaire.
You don't like that title.
I don't like it.
Why?
Money's not everything. It's how you use what you have to make things work and make your life work.
Her life took a turn when she divorced in 2002, a pivotal moment where she realized she lost herself in her marriage.
You then kind of withdraw into the shadows and take on their identity. And one of the biggest lessons I've learned in life was that shouldn't have happened. I lost sight of who I really was.
You emerged after the divorce.
It took me 2 years, but I figured out finally who I was. It was like a rebirth.
Shortly after, she remarried, and that rebirth became the jumping-off point for her hospitality empire that now includes everything from a PGA golf course to resorts around the world, including the Salamander in Middleburg, Virginia, a place she now calls home.
It's buzzing.
She had this idea.
Betsy Davis has lived in Middleburg her whole life and says since the opening of the resort in 2005, this area has seen a growth in business by almost 70%.
There's a difference in thriving and surviving, and we will always survive. But this energy that's helped us to really thrive.
A stone's throw from horse country is the nation's capital and a cause close to the longtime equestrian, creating a better life for police horses.
The living conditions of these horses was unbelievable. We saw rats in the grain areas where, they get their food. You could see the desperation in their eyes. And they had been in those weeds since 1976 with the purpose that they were going to get a new home, but it never happened.
And she did.
On the left here is where
by helping to raise over $22 million to build these new stables.
People don't realize, you've got the nation's living room here, but this living room has to be protected.
Using her empire to give back is at the core of Johnson's work, a far cry from the little girl whose childhood dream was to take the classical music scene by storm.
My mother always told me to never say can't. She hated that word, that you can't do something. And I think especially for young women, they need to find out who they are first. And this is a very important path.
Johnson says she's now in her third act and is the happiest she's ever been.
I don't regret anything that has happened to me personally or anything because I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you.
And everything that happened to me has made me who I am now.
And it's been a big year for Johnson. She acquired the prestigious Mandarin Oriental Hotel here in Washington, and she might be adding another sports team or two to her roster. Both the Washington Nationals, the baseball team, and the Commanders, the football team, could be up for sale by the end of this year. And she and her partners, they're high up on the list of potential buyers.
Another
Nate,
sports
right?
team.
Wow.
Too.
Yeah.
Wow, how about that, Michelle?
Michelle, you captured her.
Okay, so let me stop this. Good. Okay, brothers and sisters, I didn't want any more of that. I want you to just to view the video, but it was on CBS Mornings, and of course it's on YouTube. If you'd like to go and view it again on your own. Some of the excellent takeaways. Number one is where she was born, here in this state, Maywood, a little small suburb of Chicago, Maywood, Illinois. And her dad was a neurosurgeon. And look what they had to go through just so he could practice his profession. And she was a co-founder of BET. And one of a couple of other takeaways: money is not everything. All right, that's really something. And her whole goal and focus is to continue to build businesses, but also giving back. And but the most important takeaway that I think anyway, I took away from it is that she had no regrets. She had no regrets of what she had to go through to get to where she is today. She said, because if she hadn't gone through those issues, problems, challenges, or whatever they were, and overcame them, she wouldn't be where she is today. And so Allah puts us in a situation we never know. The circumstances that we're placed into that can help us grow and become that which Allah wants us to be. So that's my first video. And let me now go to the second video. And so let me share my screen. Okay, and so my second one is, give me a second, I had it and then it's gone. So so what happened to it? All right, so bear with me, brothers and sisters, till I bring this back up. Okay, here we go.
The thing that's different about a Verbo vacation home, you always have the whole place to yourself.
Yes, got it.
Just love playing golf. My favorite song is For Elise on the piano.
Just a second. Let me begin this from the beginning. I want you. Here we go. But I'm trying to get away from the ad. Okay, here we go.
Hi, I'm Carter Bonus, CEO of Spectrum Golf, and I am a golfer. The thing I like the most about golf, I can just be in nature, and I really like to look at the animals in between my shots. It looks very nice. And it also relaxes my nerves and calms me down when I'm angry. just feels really amazing and it makes me really happy. I just love playing golf. My favorite song is For Elise on the piano. I have autism and I'm high on the spectrum. It really affected me and I wasn't included in anything that much, and that really made me depressed and sad.
He has what you call Asperger's syndrome. Carter was bullied a lot in school. One day I got a call that Carter said if one more thing happened to him, he was going to kill himself. So as a mother, as a therapist, that was devastating for me to hear him thinking that way.
Yeah, being bullied made me really sad as you can think of.
He wanted friends. No one wanted to be his friend. So we got him into sports.
My mom's friend said, hey, you live on a golf course, you should go golfing sometimes, and I really liked it.
Widen your stance. You can try to hit it high. There you go.
I have a handicap at 9, so I'm pretty good.
A 10-year-old founder of a company. Meet Carter, ladies and gentlemen.
I came up with Spectrum Golf because me and my mom were spending lots of money on clothes that were supposed to be comfortable for me, but they weren't because I have a skin sensitivity. So I wanted to give comfortable clothes to people who have a skin sensitivity just like me.
Tonight, in honor of Autism Awareness Month, the city of Lauderhill is honoring an 11-year-old boy by naming April 25th for him.
I will continue to be a good role model by telling kids to stay positive, and if you're going through bullying, it's okay, just don't listen to them. My aspirations in golf are to win my first golf tournament and to play in the PGA Tour.
Would you like to say anything to the bullies?
Who has their own business now, sucker? I am super happy to be Sports Kid of the Year. It really makes me happy that I came this far. When I was a kid, I never thought I would make this far, and I'm just really happy right now.
Had to unmute. Okay, that's that. So that's the second video. Oh, sorry. Let me make sure. Thought I had this. Sorry, I thought I had cut it off. That's YouTube. So anyway, I hope that that you got something out of both videos. This particular one, young man, as you can see, I had another video of him, but from on NBC, but this is a better one because this one, he's narrating it himself. And you can see what he came from, his challenges. He's high on the spectrum, the autism spectrum. And of course, he was bullied. A lot of people are bullied, young children are bullied when they're growing up in school, but he was able to overcome it and with some help. And as you can see, he launched his own clothing line. It's called Spectrum Golf. And so he's a business person. And he launched it, of course, as you said, because the clothing that he thought he would be able to wear, he couldn't because of he has a skin condition. And so he wanted to create clothing for young people who have skin conditions like himself. And that's a concept that I always like to repeat, that if you want to start a business, and if you're looking at business, there's a formula that I always use. This formula was given to me. I didn't create it. It was given to me by, and I found out about it from reading the books of Robert Kiyosaki. And that is, if you want to start a business, the first thing you should do is try to solve a problem. See what problems out there. Try to solve a problem. Identify the problem first. Identify the problem, then create a solution to that problem. And then take that solution and create that and turn that into a business. And if you use that formula if you look at almost any business and you follow it back to its origin, you'll see that most likely that was the formula that was used to create that business. And so, so that is my presentations for today, both Sheila Johnson and Carter Bonus. I hope that the information provided was helpful to brothers and sisters, some of you, and particularly I chose them because one is an African-American woman, one's an African-American young man, and should speak to that they're across the section of our lives, of our family lives, you know. So with that, I will be glad to respond to any questions that I can answer, and then turn it back over to you, Brother Adil, for the next presenter, which I think is our Imam Weatherly Muhammad II.
Okay, believers, this is the time. If you had any questions or comments for Brother Akbar, this is time to ask them in the YouTube chat. Just on the YouTube audience, please enter them in the chat, and we'll ask them of Brother Akbar. But for the Zoom audience, just go ahead and raise your hand and unmute yourself, and then we'll acknowledge you to ask the question for Brother Akbar.
Hey, Assalamu alaikum, Brother Akbar. This is Muhammad Sharif.
Wa alaikum assalam. How are you doing, my brother?
I'm doing good. Okay.
Alhamdulillah.
Yes. I want to ask you, Cedar Johnson, that's John Johnson of that's his daughter.
No, that's
Johnson?
No. She was the former wife of the they both founded BET, Black Entertainment Television. They both founded together, and she is his former wife, his ex-wife.
Mm-hmm. So they have no connection with John Johnson.
Not John Johnson, the other John. It's I think his name is Robert Johnson. I think it was Bob Johnson that started BET, the founder of BET, mm-hmm. The co-founder of BET.
Right, okay. All right, thank you. You said on YouTube. You said on YouTube, right?
Yes, that's yes, it's a CBS Mornings program, but it's on YouTube.
Okay, thanks again.
You're welcome. Okay, with that, Brother Adil, I think we can go on to the next presenter because it's getting late. And but I thank everyone for allowing me to for listening in and seeing my presentation. I pray Allah will be helpful to some.
Okay, that looks like it for
Yes.
the questions from the audience. Thank you, Brother Akbar, with the business and technology presentation. At this time, as Brother Akbar.
Well, that's one hand up, Brother Adil. See who I think is Glenn.
Yes, go ahead, Brother Glenn. Go ahead with your question.
I think that those two choices that you showed show that how Allah can guide a person, give them sight, and each time it gave that person sight to see something that they couldn't see themselves before.
Mm-hmm.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. Thank you. All right, Brother Adil.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Brother Akbar.
Yes, sir. Yes, and thank you, Brother Akbar. I'm here so we can transition right in.
Okay, brother. Okay, Brother Ma'am.
Yeah, excellent program as always. Yeah, when I think of the Johnsons, I remember just before BET was sold, we were invited. We traveled to Atlanta, and I was kind of young at the time, but I do believe I remember meeting the former wife, Miss Johnson, and I'm really impressed with her story. I didn't realize, I may have heard it, I may have known it, but it brought back some memories that she was local here from Maywood,
Mm-hmm.
Suburb, north suburbs in Chicago, and west suburb in Chicago, and that's an excellent story that shows that. But what struck me most is my background is I'm looking at the spiritual, the nature and the spiritual life that our sisters had, that sister with the young child. I just can't be remiss because I don't believe things happen for accident. The conversation I was having with my barber, you all know, most of us know him. He's a brother from our community that grew up in our community. He was making some comments about, we're buddies, so we talk. So about personal stuff. And he was speaking about the nature of some, I guess, relationships he had been in. And he was talking about, I'm trying to see how to start this. I guess I go right to it. He was talking about how women, I can be frank, I forget we were family. How a lot of times women, which is, and if you too young, maybe we'll put a PG on this. If you're too young to understand, ask your daddy or somebody, why is it that women don't like men with no money? Your ma'am told us that God created us for industry, that a man should want to be able to take pride and to be able to be the support for the wife and the maintainer for the wife and children. So he was just, pressing that fact home. And I'm sitting here enjoying the mercy Allah has had on me most of my life. I was married. So I ain't have to worry about the politics that go along with that. But what I looked at in that woman, this is my whole point for bringing this situation up, is that a lot of times our sisters, which is such a beautiful thing about their nature, if they have a man that disappoints them, a lot of them don't go back and say, hey, you just like your dad. Not saying that the child's father was a disappointment, or maybe he could be deceased. I don't know. He might not be in the picture for maybe countless reasons. But I'm using her example is because I've seen the example of a woman will take the things that appear to be a negative. Here's a child without a father as a guide or as an example to follow. Here's a child that has maybe a skin condition. And on top of that, he ain't even a man. But in her mind, she's thinking, I'm going to make this child the man that I think he should be at the age he is, So I'm going to take those negatives and make them into a positive. And that's similar to what my barber was saying. He said a lot of times women, if they're with a man that don't have no money, because they see his potential, they see the potential that he can be. And then if you don't live up to that potential, he might see the door, So we don't know. But I think that's a beautiful example of that fighting spirit. And I watched that Woman King thing, that our women, our sisters are freedom fighters. Our systems ain't gonna take nothing. Our sisters most of the good ones don't accept nothing less than what they see is the freedom that they deserve for themselves and especially their children. And that's a beautiful story. That young man and his mother supporting him and guiding him. Yeah, and we could all follow that example. Yeah, that's it. Oh, that's it about Akbar. Okay, audience, Mosque Cares First Sunday audience. I appreciate you all. If you were here before the program got started with the business and technology with Abdul Rashid Akbar, you heard me mention the importance of the life that we have as a community, as Muslims. We should see each other as a family because nothing's more threatened today more than the family life that we see. And it's not any fault of our own. It's just that we live in a fast-paced melting pot of many multicultures and lives and experiences. And that if you're going to survive in a situation like that, you have to have some fortitude and some staying power, if you know what I'm saying. Like cook, I love to cook. And if you want a particular flavor to be there, you got to make sure there's enough of it in there so that it'll shine. Or you have to choose the right one to represent that dish, And when it comes to the survival of us as a community, I even ask people, I talk to people, I say, well, you from a minority group, how is it that you all can be so successful? And it's because of that, because they keep family first and they keep that bond, not the bonds that you get from, we grew up together. like a lot of us say, you hear them say, "Oh, that's my boy. We grew up. We come from the same town, man. We went to grammar school and high school. We attended the same church, you know, and that's good and well. But if you look at it and compare it to other people, that's not as strong as the bond that they have. The bonds that they have, they go back generations. They go back to bloodlines. They go back to families. They go back to lands that they survived and wars and battles and famines and this and that. We don't have none of that. So what does that mean? We got to fight twice as hard just to stay together as a group and as a people. Or else we'll be washed out in the pot, and they'll say, "Yeah, I think they put some cinnamon in that pot, but I can't see it or taste it." You know, and that's us. That's not funny. That's real. You know, and I'm saying sometimes maybe the best wife or husband for you is a non-African American. You know, I'm not saying that you should be trying to purify a skin color or race, but you should be trying to do the best you can until Allah calls us back. Best you can to hold on to what Allah is giving you. And if you black, you know, they used to say, I was about to say something that I might not be appropriate. You know, there's two things you got to be when you black, and that's black and die. You know, so as long as you identify with the African American people, as long as the outer public, because the outer public is what identifies us, is what's inside. That's us, how we identify inside. You know, so but we should have some regards and respect. And I even took my mind to another place. You know, some people say, "Well, yeah, you don't know a person. You can't judge a book by a cover." You know, but you know, that's speaking of the third party shouldn't judge a book by a cover, because you should know who you are. And once you know who you are, you should try to be loyal to it and accept the responsibility that comes along with that. And that's what we're doing. We're going to have a good time. And we know that God, the God that we believe in and we worship, he's the God of mercy and compassion and love and abounding gifts and blessing. He gives without counting. So that's the God we're celebrating. So our life, we hope it reflects it each and every day. So we have Imam Alfred Muhammad as our guest today. He's often vocal and present during the First Sunday programs, and we hope that he is ready for us now, because I'm going to cut it short because I'm really excited about the information that he has to share with us. And if you all have any questions or things you might want to discuss or ask about the nature of the Mosque Cares or the work that we're doing here, or are some of the programs that we have, that you can ask those questions in the chat, and I'll try to answer, God willing, after the program, at the end of our program. So I'm going to turn it over now to Imam Abdel. Imam, he's going to Adele. See, that young brother had a strong impression on me and Akbar. We both, I heard Akbar, Abdul Rashid Akbar refer to Adil as Abdel, but that's because there's a young brother that we knew and still know, and we pray for him and his family. Hope they're all doing well. He's like family to us. But Adil, he's from the East Coast, Midwest, or East Coast. He's from a few places. And when he was younger, we would get to see him only when he was traveling with his dad. But Adil, he was family. Yes. So I'm going to turn it over to Adil Muhammad, and he's going to introduce our guest speaker, our keynote speaker for the day. Inshallah.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Brother Imam. We'll turn it right over and transition to our good brother, Imam Alfred Muhammad. We see he's on, and we're going to turn it over to Imam Alfred.
Yeah.
Yes, we can see you.
Okay.
With Allah's name, the merciful benefactor, the merciful redeemer, the praise is due to Allah alone. He has no partners in the rule. And I openly bear witness that there is no God but Allah, and I bear witness that Muhammad is his slave servant. And to you, dear believers, the most important believers on the face of the planet Earth, and I don't speak of this as some accidental ideation, but as one who has studied world religions and have studied people. We're going to focus our attention really on the Rabbil Alamin and apply it directly to
brother. Excuse me, Imam Alfred. We can't see you. We only see the top. There you go. We can see you better.
A little bit better. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, sir. We're going to apply the Rabbil Alamin to our time and circumstances and bring it right on up to Savior's Day 2023. I heard the Imam Muhammad told, sometimes imams come and just grab anything out of the air. They never complete a subject. So I'm often in my mind, discipline my mind to think and try to teach like he taught, not knowing I would not be him, but his methodology and strategies for teaching. And also applying the teaching, not in an abstract way, to the people that we're addressing. And we're addressing our people, the African-American, the Negroes, the colored people, the Bavarian, whatever we have been called, that in and of itself tells us that we have had a problem. Rabbil Alamin. But I first, before getting into the subject, would have to say, I thank Allah so much that there's so much continuity taking place in the community of Imam W.D. Muhammad, but also continuity in our African-American people. I don't know whether you all know, but you should know that Dr. Mikhail Ramadan is a graduate of the first African-American medical school, the Harrods Medical College, created, I believe, in 1876, that produced 50% of the African-American doctors. And I remember how excited I was as a young FOI to know that we had a physician. We could go and talk to non-members of our community and say, well, look, we got a doctor. And we had a dentist. We had one dentist at that time. We had the two doctors. But we need to think as a community, as a people, because believe you me, our ethnic group needs us and we need each other. We really need each other. And this first Sunday is a compilation, a composition of all of the concerns of Imam Wardin Muhammad. We see in it the teaching. We see in it the continuing sacred respect for the language of Quran. Not to say Arabic, the language of Quran. The concern for business, the concern for the state of the community, the concern for the school, the concern for our people. So today we have taken up the topic, our saviors have arrived. Our saviors have arrived. I once had the opportunity to visit Chicago. I hope this thing will stay stationary. And I have to tell you, and I ask you for your prayers, I'm broadcasting from Tijuana, Mexico, Baja, California, in the country of Mexico. We're down just for further treatment and follow-up because we're determined to put everything in our power and with your assistance to stay on this planet. And what Allah has shown me, if we could get 5 good years with you, we're going to put our people on the map.
Excuse me, Imam Alfred, yeah, if you can prop your phone maybe up against something to hold it in place.
Yeah, you can lean it against something, and if it doesn't fall, it'll stay there. Yeah, just let it go. It should stay there.
Okay, is that
have
good?
A book? No, it's at the ceiling. Do you have a book to lean it against, or the back of the, or something on a table? Yeah, because if you can, yeah, if you lean it against something, then you don't have to hold it. Yeah, just all right. Can you let it go free now? Can you let it go?
Yeah, I can let it go. Can you all see me now?
Yeah, we see you. It's a little bit on the wall, but we can see you. Yeah.
Okay, I'll just get closer. Mm-hmm. And as I was saying, to be here in Tijuana, Mexico, it was such an experience. I I don't know what it is about this place, but I usually run a blood pressure around 150, 130 over 80 with medication. And as soon as I arrive in Tijuana, my blood pressure goes down to 105 over 50, and I don't need any medication. So it's been a very peaceful place. I think I often tell them who I am, and when they look at my name, say, Muhammad, oh, Muhammad, and I explain to who we are and what we're about. Not hiding, never trying to pretend to be somebody else. You know, African Americans, we have a tendency to be everybody but ourselves. We're American Indians. I remember once I was on an Indian reservation, and an Indian asked me, American Indian asked me, said, what kind of Indian are you? And I thought, I said, I'm a Monig. He said, I never heard of that group. I said, more Negro than anything else. So I don't claim to be anything about the descendants of slaves. And I thank Allah to have come out of that experience, and that we have been able to put upon our people great impressions and great work. And I just want to compliment the members of this community. You have been saviors to America. We have. Do you know, in the 50s and the 60s, smoking was cool? And through the hard work and determination of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and his great helper, his greatest helper, Minister Wallace D. Muhammad. See, some of you all, I tell you that you study everybody, y'all study Abu Bakr Siddiq, y'all study those people. They should be studied. But you need to study the history of the leadership of the Nation of Islam, not to follow them, but an example of their obedience first to their first leader. And secondly, the influence that Imam Warathuddin Muhammad had upon this community as Minister Wallace D. Muhammad. And something struck me one time. I told Imam Muhammad, I said, you know, I want to see you. And not all the time he would see me, you know, and I now realize he was protecting me. There were a lot of people who didn't like me. The reason they didn't like me, they didn't have anything personally against me. They didn't like the fact that I supported Imam Warathuddin Muhammad. I didn't support the other people who wanted to lead the community, who wanted to rob the community. So personally, I was close to all the national staff. I mean, very, 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 very close. I mean, close to the big members of the family. They loved me. They would sometimes use me because I had certain expertise, but they were very pissed that I supported. They said, oh, you really like Wallace? Yeah, I love him. I like him. I love him because I saw in him. And while I was on absence away from the Nation of Islam, all of the civil rights leaders, Julian Bond, Stokely Carmichael, as he were then known, they would always say, you really, you know, brother, you're a Muslim, you really got to meet Minister Wallace. Now, they didn't mention that other minister that popular culture has made to be the leader. And understand, popular culture is not in our interest. You all should see that in the last 2 or 3 months. I'm not going to get into that discussion. But popular culture makes what they want in our people. And basically it's pop. Just like popcorn, it pops and it pops out. They want to move the people to one trend, they move them to that trend, they give them popular culture. And so Malcolm has been a figure. I'm not taking anything away from him. But I must tell you, the person, the minister, besides the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, that had the influence on me even in the mid-50s when I was studying religion. I hadn't become a Muslim yet, but I was studying religion. I was searching. And I came across a book called Essenudam, Black Nationalism in America. And I remember in the book, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad telling the ministers that if you can't see me, see my son Wallace. I later found out that many times people were going to Chicago and they would come back and they say, with all praises due to Allah, for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, I just saw the dear Holy Apostle he was doing well and blah, 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 blah. And now Black Muhammad was in Mexico. And the person that was presiding over the meeting was Minister Wallace D. Muhammad. So I think you should know these things. And those of you who are studying, some of you are studying, the younger people studying, you're studying all these places. Some of you are going all kinds of places to study. And I sometimes think some of you are just going for hegemonic reasons. What is meant by hegemonic? Hegemonic means that you are trying to get a one-up so you can be in a position to push other people's positions on us. But I must tell you, I have something I'm gonna drop on the Roland Martin and Tavis Smiley show. You're gonna shake the country up, but I'm gonna say it. I don't want to say it here. But I'm supposed to be a guest on the Roland Martin show and also the Tavis Smiley show, and I hope to promote the Savior's Day. But I want to say that there are all kinds of schemes coming against us. But I want to also tell you that victory is assured for us as a community. And just the fact that we are having this first Sunday, it was the great Hafiz Muhammad that pointed this to my attention. He said, isn't it interesting Imam Muhammad has the first Sunday, and the leader that succeeded Imam Waqti Muhammad in his ministry is his first son. That cleared all that up because a lot of people thought somebody else should be the leader in the family. But anyway, I don't know why Allah just took me there, but I'm gonna get back to our Savior has arrived. How did I arrive at that topic? One day I remember it was very cold in December. I was inactive out of the temple. I had gone to Chicago in June, July, I believe it was, just visiting. I used to visit Chicago often. And that's what some of you all should do. If you got a few dollars, you don't have a few dollars, you travel around the community, you study the community, you should know the community. There's nothing more important in the history of humanity since Prophet Muhammad himself and his movement in the community of Imam W.D. Muhammad. Those of you who are overseas, you may be in Bosnia, you may be in Albania, you may be in Indonesia. You think you're helping those people. Those people don't have any light. The light is here. And when they see you lighting up America, that's when they will respond. That's when the dead will rise. That's when the dead will rise in America, and you will see the American penitentiaries closing up. Why? Because they won't have enough prisoners. Because we will put a new mind, a new spirit in their body. Now we know that can happen. It happened with a tincture of Islam, with sincere men and sincere women, and we didn't have Islam. We had a tincture. A tincture is not very powerful dosage. It wasn't a full dose. It made like 5 milligrams. Now we have 5,000 milligrams. I'm using the Islamic language, right? Islam is built on 5. We have 5,000 powerful understanding that Allah has given us. And believe you me, if you put it in your heart, you don't have to show it. You don't have to go everywhere saying, Assalamu alaikum wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu, kayfa al-ta'id. I once was having breakfast with Imam Muhammad, and a brother came down there with all that Arabic. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu, kayfa al. And Imam looked at him and he says, what's wrong with good morning? And it warmed my heart. But I know why the poor brother was doing that. He just didn't want to, he wanted to escape being Willie Jones's son. He wanted to escape the pain of the plantation. So we're going to continue. Rabbil Alameen. Allah, since we have been here, has been evolving us. Allah is not a being that rushes. He evolved us to be what? To save ourselves, to save the African people and ultimately to save the world. Don't expect much to come out of the Muslim world. They are finished. The Muslim world will be revived by us. And I must tell you something. I'm just going to give you an academic project that I'm doing right now. Allah spares my life and permit me to finish in June 2023 from the University of Chicago. The Department of History will grant me a Master's of Arts in Liberal Studies, with my master's thesis being the evolution. No, it's called Ethical Ethnic Economy. Ethical Ethnic Economy. And the first person that I talk about in that book was a man that bonded me to Imam Muhammad. And Imam Muhammad and I was never a guy to talk to Imam Muhammad about bean pies and cakes and what is this and all this stuff. Because, you know, most of the imams, that's all they did. They talked a lot of trivial stuff. I never did. My mind, since I was a child, has been on, unfortunately, because sometimes it's a burden, freeing African Americans and trying to make our lives better and making us a competitive person. So when I'm with the man that I know is the greatest man on the earth since Muhammad himself, why would I waste his time with nonsense? So we would talk, and I was telling Imam Muhammad, we talked about some of the African American leaders. This is in the 70s. And I mentioned to Imam Muhammad, Dr. Benjamin Elijah Mays. He almost leaped across the table. He said, "Do you like Dr. Mays too?" He said, "I used to read him all the time in the Pittsburgh Courier." Dr. Mays, the founder of Morehouse College, was the reformer of African American preachers. A man that's, can you all see me? Okay, good. Some flash across the screen. Dr. Mays created an institution where he got African American preachers out of being entertainers and wanted them to educate us and to not just fill us with spirit, or as they trained African American preachers to have 90% emotion, 10% reasoning, and 5% humor. And by the way, I represented us at the funeral of Reverend Calvin Otis Butts, who just before he died, didn't say that 2 years before he retired, he said, "I'm glad to see the Muslims here." He said, "I was not strong enough to be a Muslim. Only reason I was not a Muslim because my mama didn't wouldn't let me be a Muslim. But my sentiment is with the Muslims, and I am glad to see the Native American Muslims here. Thank you all for coming." He was the president of a college. Also, last month, I was at a funeral of a very powerful African American judge, one of the leading judges of the United States District Court for the Eastern District of New York. That's the court below the Court of Appeals, the court below, 2 courts below the Supreme Court. And all the judiciaries were there, including the judge who was the special master for the President Trump matter. But guess who was presiding over the funeral? His nieces, who are members of our community, that joined our community as a result of the call of Imam Warathuddin Muhammad. They used to be, quote, Sunni Muslim. But when they heard Imam Muhammad and heard the work he was doing and heard how he was bringing Al-Islam into his fulfillment to teach that people, that lady, this sister, brought her whole family, and the whole family came into the community. And Judge Johnson decided, he had daughters, but he wanted the world to see my nieces who follow Imam Warathuddin Muhammad. I want them to preside. I want them to read the obituary. I don't know what particular faith Judge Johnson, knowing him, I didn't never hear him express any faith. This is another thing I want to tell you all leaders. You all leaders, you all Muslims, you all aspiring to leadership, You should know everybody in your community. Imam Muhammad, when he was the minister in Philadelphia, taught the former mayor of Philadelphia, Mr. Street. He should listen to Imam Muhammad. The preachers in Philadelphia knew Imam Muhammad. If you are going to be a leader, you ought to spread your message. Wherever, not your message, we got to Palestine. You should give our people hope. You should present to them that they have the greatest opportunity in the history of humanity. The hell with the left. The hell with those people who want to preach anti-capitalism. I'm gonna tell you what that Imam Muhammad said about this socialist idea they're pushing on our people. He said, hell, we haven't even gotten a chance to get to the table. Why should we want to be part of the left? We want wealth, but we wanted wealth as the way the prophet went up to the throne, and Allah asked him, so what did you bring? He said, I brought my life, my death, my wealth, all for you. So we should want wealthy people. For what? So we can fund our schools, so we can help the unfortunate. And let me give you another good piece of news. You don't get good news most of the time. We just have opened up 2 new medical schools among African-American people. Morgan State University has a medical school. Xavier, a Catholic school. So when you talk to your Catholic, you want dialogue with the Catholic priest, let them know. Xavier, Mother Drexel, a Caucasian woman who left her fortune to found schools for African Americans, where her institution is now opening up a medical school. Morgan State University is opening up a medical school. And while we had good news, let's give you some other good news. Goodness is on the rise. An African American has been elected the governor of the state of Maryland. I'm telling you, it takes something to be a governor. It takes something to get people of all regions of a state to elect you. And I have to tell you too, this is not a political discussion, but the mayor, my dear friend, my dear student, and my dear political leader has now been reelected to the city council in the city of Linden. And he sends you the greetings. He loves you all. He wants to be with us as soon as is possible. And we're developing other friends in the political world, not to follow them, but to lead them. And I'm not bragging, but I am a follower of Imam W.D. Muhammad. And I still have a lot of the boldness that I got out of me from, I guess I don't know where I got it from, but anyway, one of the staff people to the governor of New Jersey said, I think the councilman would like to take a picture with you, Governor. And I said, no, I don't think the governor wants, the council will take a picture with the governor. I think the governor wants to take a picture with the imam. So I never play myself down. I'm an imam first and foremost in the community of Imam W. Deen Muhammad, Deen Muhammad, the one who inherited the deen, not of Omar, not of Abu Bakr, but the deen of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. So if you put that in your mind, if you put that in your body, you put that in your spirit, you can walk through Tijuana, you can walk through La Jolla, you can walk everywhere. You'll never have to announce it. People will know that you are special. Remember what the Quran says. It says, the Quran says, that is, Allah says, what are you about to make that will cause bloodshed? And Imam said bloodshed means that will spill the precious knowledge. Because the rulers on top and the rulers even inside this community run around selling Imam Muhammad's tape. Somebody got a 3-volume of the Ramadan session. They selling it. I'm sure they haven't got off. I wouldn't buy anything they said because I know they are liars, and I know they are thieves, and I know they haven't gotten permission from Imam King Muhammad to do it. We should be hard on those kind of people. He sent me several friendship requests, and I would never respond to him. Never. We have to be firm. Dear people, let us push. Oh, I'm back. Oh, I know I missed it. How did I come to that conclusion to come up with that book? Our Savior has arrived. Now, this is in the late years of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. The late years. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, this was after Imam Muhammad had returned to the nation. You know, they used to always create enough trouble where it make it difficult for him to stay. Because they didn't think he pushed hard enough to collect money and sell papers and put money in our pocket. So they didn't like that. Then they knew that Sister Clara and the Honorable Elijah Muhammad favored Imam Muhammad. Not just as a child, but because they knew he carried on the mission that God had given the Honorable Elijah Muhammad to clean us up. That's what Honorable Elijah Muhammad said. I am not teaching you Islam. I almost slapped somebody for saying that. Oh, Elijah's a Catholic. I said, you shut the hell up. You understand that? He never said that he was teaching Islam. He said, I'm cleaning you up and setting you up for the next man. Obviously.
Oh, yes, he did. Yes, he did.
That's what he said. I'm cleaning you up. I'm setting you up for the next man. We should tell people boldly and firmly that Imam Muhammad was told by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad to go out and teach that gospel and teach it anywhere. And to tell the people on Sister Clara Muhammad's dying bed, she said, son, go out there and teach.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Don't make me cry.
That's what we got to tell the people. If y'all told the people that,
no,
we will have people coming by the thousands. Stop lying. Stop pretending. Stop being befriended. I want to get back to my subject. Our Savior has arrived. Give me 10 minutes. I'll wrap it up.
No, go ahead, brother. Go ahead, man.
Our Savior has arrived. Why would the Honorable Elijah Muhammad say that in 1973? Why did he say that in Message to the Black Man? Because that was the year that Imam Muhammad came back and he told him, son, you don't have to leave.
Yes, yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Our Savior has arrived. Here's what he says. He said, no man is Allah. You better not call him a kafir. He was a strategist. And some of you would rather give credit to Farad. Some of you, I had one brother from Detroit, he wanted to spank me because I didn't mention Farad. Let me tell you something. God himself evolved us from that first slave. And you want to know some Islamic history? Frederick Douglass was a Muslim. The church there that they killed those 7 people praying. I think it was 7 praying. Those at the bottom of that church is the Stein Crescent. Allah's hand has been on us. And he, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, said, our Savior has arrived. Yes, he has arrived. Arrived with the understanding of the Quran, not tafsir, the understanding of Islamic law, how to build a society, how to save the African American from his destruction, how to heal the African American mind. Most of us today are not even fit to join any religion. That's what I told a preacher. I said, Reverend, you're not in a position. See, I talk to people bold, but I don't hurt their feelings. But I'll be less than a man. I'll be less than a person who I know God called me to preach. I started preaching at 5 years old. And in the process, I grew to be a pretty powerful preacher. My own very mother wanted to physically kill me because I didn't go along with her. I love her, may God forgive her and have mercy. At 30 years of therapy, now I can call myself Virgin's son. And one of my dear sisters, the reason I got treatment today, running out of money, y'all. But my sister saw in me that God had called me to serve him. She said, no, my brother's a Muslim. He will never be a preacher of Christianity. He will never be. You can't get him to do that. And a big church offered me $100,000. I was broke. I didn't have $2 on me. We'll make you the pastor. I said, what would I preach? They said, you can come and preach the Quran. I said, thanks, but no thanks. I don't want to create a lot of problems for you. So what I'm saying to you is this. Each and every one of you should know. You should look yourself in the mirror and say, thank you, God, Allah, alhamdulillah, for making me a savior. A savior first to yourself and to your family. Know for a fact that Almighty God has been with you from the beginning and he is still with you. And know for a fact, and I just flashed over my mind, that center that the man plans to build in Chicago, it's going to happen. And I believe it's going to happen in the next 2 years. And I believe now, when I spend more time in Chicago, I'm going to go out in the streets of Chicago and I'm going to go to the African American. I'm going to tell them, put those goddamn guns down. Put those knives down. Stop telling people that the police is the problem. 9,000 of us or more killed each other. The police is not the problem. We are the problem. And the reason we are the problem is because we haven't had the love and the tenacity and the spirit of God in us. Do I get enraged at African Americans? I get enraged daily at many of them. Some try to do very destructive things. Family members. But I won't raise my hand because I understand what Imam Muhammad taught, the sacred life connection. We came on the ship together. And as a result, I will always defend the honor of our people. But I would not let our people just go off in the deep end and preach all kinds of philosophies that's against America. I don't see any Caucasian in America that has any answers. I know somebody just came to my, somebody brought, I said, man doesn't have it. It is one of us. And if we work right, it could be one of the leaders from among us. I see a brother, I don't want to name him. I'm gonna say something here, and I'm gonna correct the new leader of the House. I corrected him privately, I'm gonna correct him publicly. Hakeem Jeffries, a friend of his daddy, of his uncle, Leonard Jeffries, but when he was running for office, he used an anti-Islamic trope, as they call it in the academic world, and said Roger Green is a Muslim and I'm a Baptist. And I said to him, Hakeem, you don't even go to church. So stop playing that game. I was just with him. I mean, I talked to, see, brothers and sisters, you have a leader in me. I'm not a leader, but a representative in me that will stand for the truth. I'm going to stand for what Allah has blessed us with. I'm going to stand for that. And I know for a fact that even here in Mexico, which I'm not a citizen of, I've had great respect, and I hope and pray, Brother Imam, I'm supposed to be back down here in March, that you can get me some Islamic material in Spanish. Because I know Imam Muhammad spoke Spanish and he had people working at the plant. And I'm gonna tell you something. Some of these Latin women have been more respectful to me than tons of these African-American women have. I had a lady say to me, she said, well, let's shut up. Anyway, she said, if I ask you a question, will you be offended? I said, no, I won't be offended. I hope I won't. I don't know what you're going to say. She said, you're handsome. You look like a real leader. So I don't know whether I'm handsome. I don't know whether I'm a real leader, but I do thank you kindly for your nice words. Thank you. And I'm going to tell you this. And I don't say this as a person. I say this because I represent the most important group on earth. We are saviors. We are the ones that will save ourselves first. We will then save the African Americans. We will save the Africans in the Americas. And I'm working on the case of saving those 2 African American men that are locked up in jail in Ecuador for murder that they didn't commit. And I've asked Muslim organizations to support them. I've gone to Congress people to support them. One of them even contracted cancer, and one of them is a Muslim. I didn't pick the case up because I thought they were Muslims. I later found out the one of them, he said, Assalamu alaikum. He said, I watch you on Juma, and I'm a Muslim. So you all pray for the Stevenson brothers to be freed from jail. We've been talking about it. We're going to keep on talking about it. We ain't going to stop talking till we reach President Biden. They can talk about the other lady arrested. But I know for a fact, I read the evidence. I'm not a lawyer, but I know a whole lot about law. I read the evidence. I read the transcripts over and over again, transcribed and spoke with lawyers. These men should be out. Dear beloved people, what does it say in Surah Duha at the end? And proclaim the ni'mah of Allah. That's our job. Our job is to stand for justice. I think that's the name of Brother Adil. Adil is the word for justice. And we love him. We love the assistance he's giving to Imam Wardin Muhammad. And let me tell you, also, before I go, I get to tell you this, it's very important for you all. You all, this is a microscope of all the imams concerned. This reminds me of 7341 South Stony Island Avenue before it was polluted. The imam had education, he had recreation, he had bartering, he had food. When we come back to the community, so I'm recommending to all of you all, when you have the first Sunday, invite people to your home. But don't just invite Muslims to your home, invite the public. I mean, standing outside of my door right now, I just went to the door, and the people here in this hotel staff, they're listening to me. I didn't mean for that to happen. They're drawn. They want to know who I am. What is this guy talking like that? Friday, I do Juma in some places and broadcast. They say, you need a room to broadcast your Juma? See, people know when you're sincere. And if you're not sincere, ask Allah to forgive you. Ask them to have mercy on you. Ask them to have the spirit. Let us all register. I'm broke as a he-hen in Georgia, but I'm going to find a way. And I tell you this truth, and I ain't saying this to beg for money. You give it to me, fine. There's some of you all sending me money. It costs me $6,000 a week to get treatment down here. We are going to have a GoFundMe page up. But I can tell you this, that the people here in Mexico are responding, not the immigrant Muslims here. There's a lot of immigrant Muslims here. And I think they would rather see a black snake than see us come down with our philosophy. Because Imam Muhammad's teaching, and remember, he was in Mexico teaching the people and breaking up the disputes that they had down here. But dear people, I missed something, but maybe you can ask me some questions because my mind is sort of racing. I just want to tell you I love you. We're in the month of enlightenment. You know, the 25th, as the Imam said, is 5 times 5, so that really represents the enlightenment of Islam, which is based on 5. What? Witnessing that there is no God but God. Devotions 5 times a day, meaning the 5 senses must be devoted at all times. That's symbolic of it. 3, the giving of zakat. purification of your wealth. You can't have money and don't purify it. And fourth, fasting, especially during the month of Ramadan. And fifth, pilgrimage to the sacred house. And there at the sacred house in Mecca, Maulana Maududi, the leader of the people who claim to follow ignorance, said that Imam Muhammad was the leader and basically told the people in his book, the revivalist movements in Islam, that Imam that will emerge, a Imam Mujaddid Mahdi, not just an Imam, but a one who will revive, but not just a reviver, but that God would guide him. And that's when Imam went to Iran. I told these Iranian guys who were disrespectful. They want me to bring the mayor of Linden there, but they didn't really want me to speak. So the mayor of Linden spoke and said, this is my Imam. This is the one that taught me about Islam. My Imam, he has to speak, and I spoke. And I told him that Imam Muhammad, when he was in Tehran, at the Majlis, which is the equivalent of the United States Senate and the House of Representatives, he addressed them and told them what Hayat as-Salat means. Come alive to the Salat. What is the Salat? The Quran. That's all you're doing when you recite the Salat. You recite the Quran. You can't make nothing up in the Quran. It's an order. And you raise your hand as ordered by Allah. Well, I feel like teaching today. I'm going to shut up. And thank you. They said, when you get a good welcome to a good table and they serve you a good meal, you got to know when to shut up. But Allah's spirit has been with me today. I am fired up. And I want to tell you all, dear believers, I will come to any of your cities, not to speak in your messages, but to speak to the African American people, Negroes, colored folks, fraternity guys, Alpha, the Omegas, I don't care what they are, Reverend Hoopenhausen, let me not disrespect Reverend Hoopenhausen, because I must tell you, I love preachers. As soon as I went to the Abyssinian Church, I was ushered in by the district attorney of Manhattan County. He had known me because I've been doing work in Harlem for almost all my life. I've always worked among the people. And he said, this is where we want the religious leaders. And I marched in with the religious leaders. And as I was talking to them, I said, brothers, let me tell y'all something. The pews get it, the pulpit don't. They said, what do you mean? After the pews understand, the people in the pews, they understand that we should be together. The pulpit doesn't get it because it's so concerned whether they won't have a bean pie or a plate of chicken, because the imams ain't no different than the regular preachers. It shouldn't be the case, but that is the case. And I've said that at several other comments. We're going to reform our people. And let me just close out with something I really was going to finish saying on my thesis. We start with Dr. Benjamin Elijah Mays, who also was a man that wrote his dissertation on the refutation of paganism and Christianity in 1933. And that's what some of you don't understand. You think everything had to come just from the Quran. Allah was working on us. And Dr. Thurman, Howard Thurman, I don't care what some of you say about Dr. Thurman. I know maybe you know him, but you really didn't know him in spirit. Dr. Thurman came to the conclusion in the 30s, remained a Baptist preacher, and said that God is God and Jesus Christ is Jesus Christ, but Jesus Christ is not the equivalent to God. And then Dr. Martin Luther King came and called it the God of the universe and said, the Christian, Jewish, Hindu concept of God is love. The last chapter, the last book. And then we come to the fourth. Imam Warathuddin Muhammad, the blessed of God, that will guide the world. It's a square. That's what we're going to present our dissertation. In the context that he is the fulfillment of African American leaders, and we're going to preach it all over the world. And I believe if we preach it in America, I believe you'll see people in the South working on another book called A Bold Center, what the man called a divine republic. Some of you may wonder, and I have to answer you question because I'm here in Latin America. You wonder why a lot of these Latinos don't like you, because they see you all practicing socialism. I mean, there are other reasons too, but main is that. Yeah, you in the land of opportunity. Some of them walk 9,000 miles to get here, and you talking about you want a welfare program. You want somebody to give you something. Let's make the South Side heaven. Let's build Chicago up so strongly that so many people be coming out of the mosque's door that we have to beg people to give us money so we can have it. I'm sure I ain't gonna tell you the secret, but believe you me, when enough of us African Americans come together, we're gonna have one of the finest centers, and we're gonna build that new Africa Center. The rest of these people are talking. It's gonna happen. Peace be on you in the mercy of God. I first want to hear from my leader. If he wants any comments, anything he wants to say, he's free to correct me. And anybody that's the only one can correct me. And the rest of you all can question me or make comments. But that's my leader, Imam Muhammad. And one closing statement I got to tell you. I was talking about Essen Udon. Udon said that, I told you that Udon said that I would like how you say to the ministers, you can't see me, see Minister Wallace. And I was,
yes,
at the Imam one time told me, I said, Brother Imam, if I can't see you, what should I do? Because I know those guys, certain big head scientists was not going to let me get to the Imam. He said, do you know my son Wallace? I said, yes, sir. He said, give it to him. He'll give it to me. He's the only one that reads my mail. He didn't tell me nobody else read the mail. He didn't tell me this one read the mail. He reads the mail, he get the mail, and he will give it to me.
Yeah, alhamdulillah.
Yes, thank you.
That's the truth. Yeah, alhamdulillah. Alfred, you made my day, because we worry about you. I know we shouldn't. You don't like to hear this, but we hoping that you're doing well. You're in good spirits. And as soon as I saw your smiling face, I was satisfied. But we thank Allah. We know that the situation that Allah couldn't have chose, that He chose you for the work you're doing, and you are the leader that you are because it's Allah's choice. We couldn't do nothing about it anyway. We just thank Allah that you are here with the Mosque Cares, assisting and helping us, and you continue to do the great work. But I tell people all the time that it's too big. This world is too big of a burden for us to carry the burden to think that we actually have some power over situations. I know it's in Allah's hands. I'm just grateful that I can be here today and be a witness to the great work that I also believe, like you said, that our success is guaranteed, and the true mercy and what we should be asking Allah for is that we're with our full capacity, good, rational mind, where we can witness the great work that's being done with the African American people, because God is Rabbul Alameen. You said it all today, and what we really need to hear. But we hope our audience here today is listening and not taking for granted that we live in a world of entertainment and Hollywood. This is not entertainment, and this is not Hollywood that you just witnessed today. And the Mosque Cares is never that. This is the love. This is the good talk that most of us don't get no more. That grandma's got too old and she don't have time. And a lot of us don't have grandmas that really carry the wisdom, and don't have, and grandpa's not there. So those of us that don't have good leadership and guidance in the family life, that we need to look for good leadership out here in the world. And we have to be thankful and grateful to leadership like that we find here at the Mosque Cares, Imam Alfred and a few others that still hold the line, that love you like your family love you, and like good people should love each other, and not just because you Black, not just because you need help and you down and out, but because God created you, and we know that God didn't make no junk, like people say, that God created you for a higher purpose and for a higher destiny. And we feel that it's our job to show that we are grateful and appreciate for the mercy that we have, that we're gonna continue to do this work until we see all of us in a better condition. And I know that's all Alfred wants. And that's what Alfred is getting. And I think God is answering his call because he looks great today. He's doing great and he's looking great. And we're going to keep him in our prayers. And so that next time we see him, it's going to be in the streets of Chicago. We know he's going to be back in Harlem probably next week, but we're going to get him back here. We're going to have to get him to Chicago one day, inshallah. Inshallah. So I'm going to leave the audience.
I hope to be there in December, brother Imam. I hope to be there for
Okay.
the end of December.
Well,
Yes, sir. I get to come out for the year in Chicago. I'll be in touch with you. I will text you and we'll talk.
Yes, sir. And we look forward to hearing you out there in the media also, and continuing to do it while you do the dawah work that you're doing.
Yes,
And we'll share those links when you give us the links to the programs that you own. And inshallah, what we'll do is we'll share them and make sure that the Mosque Cares First Sunday audience and the community audience don't miss the programs that you have. Inshallah.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
Okay, Imam Alfred, we do have a couple questions. And as Imam Alfred mentioned that he is in Mexico, he's not down there on vacation, though I know he would like to be. He's there receiving treatment. He's receiving cancer treatment. He doesn't broadcast it too much, but it's a hefty price to be able to go down there a couple times, 2-3 times out of the year to receive treatment. So in the chat, you'll find a link to where if you would like to support Imam Alfred in his cancer treatment, you'll be able to find the link in the chat. It's to his GoFundMe page. If you click on that link, you'll be able to support Imam Alfred with his medical treatment. With that being said, we're going to go to our questions. At this time, I'll see Brother Imam David Ziad.
Yes, sir. Man, Brother Alfred, Imam Alfred.
Yes, sir. Brother David.
Look here, man. Excuse me for not turning my camera on. I'm in my bedroom.
It's all good. I still know how your bald head look.
We remember him, man.
Listen here, man. You know, you brought tears to my eyes, man. You know, and you cover so much. I don't want to take a lot of time, but I want to ask Allah to bless you, to heal you. But you just gave us something, and I'm amazed at how these First Sunday programs continually, you know, you might think it's not going to be as good, but man, that was a very, very reviving, very enjoyable experience. Just letting you cut loose like that. I just have to greet you. I have to say it. I'm a little overwhelmed. I'm so appreciative of the structure that Allah has blessed us with. WD II, you know, we have our love and greetings and blessings to you. Ideal, the rest of you all. But Imam Alfred, you know, in 1974 at the Savior's Day, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad had Secretary Rasul come up and list some of the accomplishments of the Nation of Islam. One of the accomplishments is that we had over 150 temples, not just in America, but also in Mexico, down to South America, and in the islands, with Bermuda being one of the main ones. So the things that you are saying are just proof that it's a constant flow that has been moving gradually through this world, and that we have not witnessed the fullness of what's going to happen. And I'm happy to hear you be as bold as you are, man. And you probably, what are you, about 5'2"? Man, man, you are a giant. You are a giant.
No. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Man, Allah continue to bless you. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam. Thank you, David. I love you, and you know I love you.
Yeah, we love you, David.
Love you. I love your family, man. You are my goal. I won't say raw. You my goal, family. I remember you as a young man. That you still. The only thing different between you now, your head is still shining.
Yeah, because there's no hair on it now.
Yeah, you don't have to. We see Allah's mercy. You don't have to shave it. When you was young, you had to shave it.
No, I still got to cut. It's some stuff that grows up stubble, but you know.
Love you, David. Love you so much.
We love you all too.
All right. Any more questions or comments for Imam Alfred? I see a couple open mics, so I'm gonna call on the open mic. So if you don't want to make a comment, please mute yourself. But the first open mic that I see is Brother Norman Muhammad. Then I see, it looks like Brother Mujahid. So we'll go with Brother Norman. If you had a comment.
No, just a statement. Assalamu alaikum. Greetings to my brother Warp II and his family. And the believers. Want to give everybody the greetings of Assalamu alaikum. And Brother Alfred, that was really very, very, very inspiring. I mean, it, you know, that feeling, I hadn't felt that feeling in quite a while. So we thank Allah for you. And, you know, we just, you and your family, you know, is in our prayers. And we thank you for that. But that was awesome. And we thank Allah for you. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank Allah for you too, brother.
And good to hear you, Brother Norman. We appreciate you. Give your family greetings for us.
I sure will.
Brother Daniel Mujahid.
Assalamu alaikum. To the team Mosqueers and Imam WD Muhammad too, and the whole program, the wonderful data, the health, yes, the health, the business, the Arabic. I'm laughing at how God is able to bless us to come from nothing to the top, you know. And I said that Elam is probably one of the experts in the world now, and he used to chase me down. So I'd be at the gig at Michigan State University playing the organ. He chased me down to get me to go to the temple, you know. And and this whole community, we're like that. We are family. And I just want to thank you, Alfred, for demonstrating what a soldier is. Even in the midst of your weakness, you think about us. You think about what we need. You know, that's big. That's a giant human being that's able to do that, you know. And we know you don't have a lot of money, and we're looking forward to contributing to your means. And we just thank you for giving Willie a kind of talk that the Imam would sit back and smile at and say, yeah, that's my man right there. So yes, I remember when the Imam said man means mine, he meant that for the group. He knew that what he was inheriting for us, we were going to demonstrate that, and you're proving that. And I think we are definitely on the way to success. I just thank you so much, brother.
Thank you.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Okay, alhamdulillah. Daniel, thank you, Brother Daniel, for that comment. Up next, I believe, is Imam Elam. Did you have a
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Assalamu alaikum, my friend.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Yes, sir. We're really proud of you, brother. And our prayers is for you. And, you know, I'm going to do what I can to, you know, help you out. And but I'm just one individual, and we encourage everybody to help our friend out. Imam Alfred, he is an asset to the community.
He's a treasure. He's a living, you know, treasure. Right. He's a treasure, and we all witnessed it today. So those of us that can help should help, and those of us that have the means to seek charitable people that have means above our own personal means, we should get those people a phone call and let them know that our brother needs help, needs his our financial help, and share the app, his GoFundMe. The GoFundMe part. The link is in there. Yeah, we need to share that.
Yeah, great job. And again, I just had to give you the greetings.
Well, you know what? It was in my notes to mention you, and not as a stroke. Everybody. No, I'm serious. I'm very serious because, you know, I have been in Arabic classes everywhere, and I have found nobody better than you in Arabic. You remind me of my elementary school teacher, who was the actual grandson. He hated it, but I have to tell the truth. He was the grandson of Thomas Jefferson. His name was Gordon Hennon. And you have that same spirit. You don't hurt ego. You don't hurt somebody who's trying to spook people up. And I will be calling you soon because I really got to tighten my Arabic up. I'm going to be making a visit to an Arabic country soon. And at least they told me that I have. So I won't see it till they send me the ticket. I've had so many promises from them, so it doesn't mean anything. But I want to get by Ramadan, I really want to be able to read the Quran with ease. and I want to have class with you, but you are the best. I know all the teachers from the 1950s that have been teaching this Islam, teaching Arabic, and you're up there in the best class. Obviously, nobody tops Imam Warthi Muhammad, but I tell you, you are a very excellent student. Because you know what?
He was at the head of Imam Muhammad's class when Imam Muhammad was teaching.
And
Yeah,
he's not an egotist. The
nah,
average brother freaks out on Arabic.
Yeah.
They turn me off.
He was the first student, top student.
Yeah.
He was the
I
top
can't
student.
stand these Arabic freaks. Because they hurt our people. Our people would come to our mosque. And one brother told me, he said, I want to come and hear you speak. Are you going to be talking any Arabic? Because I don't know no Arabic. I said, no, man, I'm going to be talking English. I'm going to try to talk English. I said, I don't even really speak English. I said, back when I went to college, they made me take English as a foreign language. So I'll try to talk English. I sure won't speak no Arabic, and I ain't going to try to impress you.
Well, I'm getting ready to make myself invisible because I don't want my head to be big. So,
no, it ain't gonna be big.
Yeah, I second that, buddy, man. I second
well, that's okay, but let's get back to the first
Who's
Sunday.
that?
And I appreciate y'all.
Elam, somebody said they see your head swelling already.
Yes, Bilal. Bilal Akbar. Brother Bilal.
Yeah. But we thank Allah for you. Elam is probably one of the most sincere, down-to-earth people that you'll ever meet. He's a rare human being. He's a rare human being. And we need more of him everywhere. But Allah give us what we take what he give us, alhamdulillah.
Okay. Yeah. Next we had from the phone lines, we had 810. Did you have a question or a comment for Imam Alfred?
At 810 could be Bashir in Flint, Michigan.
Is that you, Brother Bashir? Go ahead. We can hear you.
Yeah, Bashir. Yes. First of all, I pray Allah extend the blessings to Mosqueers and Deputy Muhammad II. My health hasn't been what it used to be, but I would hope that Imam Elam will send the link for Imam Alfred so we can help in this situation. And I would like to know from Imam Alfred when he's going to be in Chicago in December, if I can get someone to drive me, because I'm not driving now because of health reasons. I'd like to be down there in December. If I can find out the weekend or the time he's going to be there, I'd like to be there to meet him. But because with me, I don't forget the foundation. Some people have, but that's on them. Don Elijah Muhammad, my man. Imam W.D. Muhammad, my man, amplified. W.D. Muhammad II, even further, because that foundation, as we are foundational Black Americans, as out there, they're talking about the FBA, Foundational Black Americans. If anything is to happen in America as it falls in the world, as it struggles, we will be a great part of that, with the message that we got and the clarification with Imam W.D. Muhammad. And on a serious note and a comical note, I think Imam Elam head swole all the way back to Michigan with all those accolades.
That must be Fred Bashir. That has to be Fred.
Fred's in Michigan. Somebody probably can get you up here. I don't know. Maybe we'll talk to Imam Alfred, and I don't know if you have Alfred's phone number, but we'll put you in touch with Alfred, inshallah, and he'll let you know.
If you can got my number, I can give it to you now, and Imam Alfred can call me and tell me when he expects to be there.
Well, I tell you what, brother, I threw the idea out there. I don't have any engagement, but if y'all get 20 people in your house, I'll come and teach. I'll teach it out. I'm saying we got to start. But you know what? Just make sure they're non-Muslim. That's what I want. I don't want to teach Muslims. Right. I ain't gonna be going across Yaqub's head how many miles he was outside of the holy city Mecca, Babby Boo or any of that kind of stuff. I want to talk to our people. So anybody, and I'll come anywhere if you got at least 20 or 30 of our people and give me an airline ticket. I'll come to any city in the United States. But the audience.
Well, I think I understood you to. I think I understood you to say that you was coming to Chicago in December.
I am. I have come to Chicago. I'm coming to Chicago for some business purposes at the University of Chicago. But what I was going to say is,
okay.
But that's all good, because when I come, I'm ready to teach, brother. I teach on the airplane. I teach wherever I meet people. So especially if you get African Americans from Buttermilk Bottom, Apple Pie Road, any of those places where we are populated, Cornbread Village, I am ready to teach an African American. I don't care from Bob Johnson.
That's I'm gonna give you the address. That's 929 West 171st Street, East Hazel Crest.
Yes,
that's
sir.
the Mosqueras. But
Yes,
you know,
sir.
Fred, you'll know him once you talk to him. I'm gonna get Fred's number.
I know him.
Yeah.
Anywhere we can come. So next time I'm in Chicago, I'll give y'all an announcement and let y'all know I'm there. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, brother.
The people that, Brother Imam Alfred, the people that you're talking about bringing me will probably be non-Muslims.
Good. Okay.
So, but I just misunderstood the intent.
Yes,
when you said you were coming to Chicago.
I had a little humor in it, but I do have to come to Chicago for some business, inshallah, at the University of Chicago. But I will, I'm always about teaching our people, brother. That's what Allah put me on the earth for. So I'm looking to.
Well, the last name Bashir, the one who brings the good news, and there's a lot of science in Fareed Wahid Bashir. I teach people at the gas station, out of the station, in the station, anywhere I find them. So we'll.
I know you, and you're a wonderful human being, a most marvelous human being.
Praise be to Allah.
Yes,
Praise
sir. And I love you dearly.
Yes, sir. And we're not gonna swell Imam Wardi Muhammad II's head. We're not gonna do that, but we're gonna support the heck out of him.
Alhamdulillah. Yes, I don't need that either. But I appreciate you.
Don't
It's
need
good to hear
support.
your voice, brother.
You need support, brother.
You in my du'as, man. You in my du'as, and I miss you. I miss you because I miss seeing you.
We miss
you
each
was a
other.
regular face. I used to look forward to seeing your face. But alhamdulillah, I'm glad to hear your voice right now. I'm
Yes,
glad
sir.
to hear.
Praise be to Allah, brother.
You're in good spirit. Yes, sir, brother.
Inshallah, we'll see each other soon.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
We have more questions here, so we're going to go. The next hand that I saw was Sister Nazel. Sister Nazel, you had a question or comment for Imam Alfred? Okay, we'll go ahead to the next question or comment. Bilal Akbar. Well, we had Sister Camila Furkan first, and then Bilal Akbar. Sister Camila.
Assalamu alaikum to the community. Assalamu alaikum, Imam Wawaduddin Muhammad II. And I so much look forward to all of the first Sundays. They are so gratifying, and they are so soul-filling. And I want to say thank you to Allah for bringing me to this community, the Mosqueras. And Imam Alfred Muhammad, I love you. I love the message and the way that you bring it, the plain spoken English that you bring to us, the boldness to say what needs to be said, the way it needs to be said. It makes that leaving long-lasting impression in the mind and in the heart and soul, and the connection and the importance of the message that you bring to us is so stimulating. And I just want to tell you that personally myself, and I thank Allah for you. I thank Allah for this community of believers. I thank Allah for Imam Wawaduddin Muhammad II. I thank Allah for Imam Wawaduddin Muhammad. May Allah be pleased with him forever and ever, for the graciousness and for what he has given this community, and the job that we are doing, and the job that we need to do, and the bold people, believers that stand forth and stand up and come out and do the hard work. Do the work with joy. Do the work through sadness. Do the work through happiness. Do the work through joy. No matter what, come what may, that we stand and do the work. And Imam Alfred, you remind me of that type of person. And there are many of us others who remind me of those type of people. And I want to keep going to be one of those type of people myself over and over again. I love you all. Assalamu alaikum.
Wow.
Thank you, sister. Thank you. You're my Mahalia Jackson. Thank you.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, up next, Brother Bilal Akbar, question or comment for Imam Alfred.
Assalamu alaikum. Imam Alfred, and definitely Imam W.D. Muhammad, he's doing a good job of just keeping this together. You know, it's been over a decade since we lost our beloved Imam, but he's doing a good job. And Imam Alfred is a walking history book. Is this community? You know, I would have my camera on, but I'm doing some work here. I'm caught up, and I know I can't be a valuable member if I can't pay my rent and eat and earn some money, you know. So I'm just trying to keep up with this work. But his messages, I put it down, you know, I put it down to listen, and it's very valuable. He got a lot of information for this community. It's very valuable, and I thank Allah. And Allah is still holding this together. It's Allah, and you just don't know. And of course, Imam Elam, we got the Quran live too. You know, so I'm doing the best I
so much,
can to
brother.
stay connected. I'm going to stay connected. Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I got to get my ticket for Savior's Day. I'll get my ticket.
Yes, sir. You can get it at saviorsday.net. Early registration,
Okay.
$100.
Yeah, I bet I'll go on tonight. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Alhamdulillah. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
We're
Good to
gonna
see
go,
you. Good to see you, brother Imam W.D.
Yeah,
Muhammad.
Same here. Good to hear your voice. We appreciate your support. And you
sir.
family, man. You part of the Mosque Cares community. And
I'm
we
grateful.
appreciate you and pray Allah keeps you in his good care and his mercy, you know. And keep up the good work, brother. Yeah.
Okay, our next question or comment is going to come from, I believe that's Sister Zelly's number, 770. Is that you, Sister Zelly? Or
Yes,
whoever
it
the
is.
Okay. You can go ahead, Sister Zelly.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Alhamdulillah. I thank Allah for being able to come on Mosque Cares and hear Wallace II to speak to us. And I also am grateful to hear Brother Alfred. Alfred has a wonderful spirit, and he has so much respect for us as believers. And I'm so grateful to Allah that he's been in the life of us for many years. And I'm so thankful that he's getting good treatment. And yes, I can hear him teaching anyone wherever he goes. And Brother Wallace II, I am so grateful to Allah. I'm going to tell you, we have a book called Wake Up to Human Life, and it was written by your father. He's holding his hand up to dua. Brother, this Anna, she read this book for the whole week. Every believer should have this book. It is awesome. And I know the books, they're at Mosque Cares, and I'm so grateful to Allah. Over the years, I've accumulated all these wonderful books, and I have it. I was able to read it with her this morning. And then Brother Alfred, yes, you have the spirit to keep going forward. Just keep the spirit up, brother. You're going to be just fine. May Allah continue to bless us. I really appreciate all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sister Zelly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Sister Zelly. Okay, I think Brother Daniel Mujahid, did you have another question or comment?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm just listening. Forgive me. I must have did it by mistake. I'm fine. I'm great.
Okay, yes, sir. Thank you. All right, this is the time as we wind down, as we close out this is the last first Sunday of the year.
Yeah.
So we'll be coming into the new year, and we'll open the new year on the First Sunday Community Program, which is January 1st, 2023. So this has been a very eventful year for us, and we look forward to a even more prosperous and beneficial new year is coming 2023, inshallah, opening it up with our first Sunday community program, and then starting it out with a bang with the Savior's Day program, which you can register at saviorsday.net. It's going to be Saturday, February 25th, 2023. So at this time, are there any more questions or comments? If not, we're going to turn it over to our leader, Imam W.D. Muhammad II, to close us out.
Excuse me, one more quick comment.
Yes,
One more
sir.
quick comment. I don't want to hold us. This Brother David.
Yes, sir.
What a way to start December, but what a way to close out the first Sunday. Imam Alfred, thumbs up to you. May Allah heal you, bless you, and we look forward to seeing you and hearing you, and all the rest of the Mosqueers, WD, the family, and we look forward to hearing about Dawa's business in the near future. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. Thank you, Imam David. And I think, I'm not sure, I believe we're going to be hearing from Imam David on Savior's Day. I believe he was nominated to be a speaker. So inshallah, we'll be hearing from him.
And I just want to echo the Savior's Day, the choice of our focus on the Savior's Day is building sustainable families and community life. And that reminds me of what Imam Muhammad said. Our first and foremost responsibility as leaders is community life, so like Imam Alfred, he said that he's focusing his energies where he gets the response most, but we would hope that also that our leadership has the wisdom, or Allah guides their hearts to want unity also, so I've always respected our leadership. I always had a great respect and high regard. And, who else would I have hold in high regard other than leadership that identified with my father, who was my main role model in my life, my entire life, more so than any other male figure in my life, or being outside of my mother, was my father, who also had the role of not just my leader in religion, but my leader in life. I'm, following his footsteps and the work that he did, and I assisted him as a young man and as a little boy whenever I could. So a lot of people think of it, well, he's in this office that his father held, and he's working for his father, and he's helping his father. But when I was a little boy, my father told me, he looked at me and said, "You're a man just like me." And so every job I've ever held, every responsibility I've ever had in this community always has been in trying to fulfill that love and respond to the bond that I have with my father. So it's not work for me. It's just what I do. It's my life. And I couldn't be more grateful and thankful to Almighty God, Allah, to have me in this position. And just want to remind the rest of the community, that I think it's no mistake that the committee, that you chose this topic for us to focus on, and which is community life, because community life is needed more for us as African American people, needed more today than it was yesterday, and possibly in the future. It's never going to stop being a really strong need until we reach the destiny that we feel satisfies us and our souls, that pleases God, that pleases us in our souls. So, I hope I didn't interrupt the flow of the questions that were coming in, but I just wanted to greet everybody and let David know that he his spirit is always welcome, and he brought the spirit in. So we're going to pray. We mentioned that next year we're going to pray and make dua and pray that next year brings us as much mercy from God and his blessings and success for us as a group, as a community first, and also in our individual lives, that next year is a good year, and that we all see that we are able to come back here for the first Sunday, which is, as Adele mentioned, is on the 1st of February. February 1st. I mean, pardon me, January. I'm thinking February. January 1st is the next time we'll be back, and we hope that everybody is doing well and enjoying the mercy of God and his blessings. Okay, so we're gonna call Imam Elam unless you all have what more hands?
Just real quick, Imam
Okay.
Alfred, if you're still on, there you had some people trying to donate on your GoFundMe page, and they were saying that it wasn't open. Is there another way that they can donate to you? If so, if you don't mind entering into the chat or voicing it out loud, because you do have some people that want to support you. Please enter it into the chat or voice it out loud. Or if the GoFundMe will be up at a later date, if that is the same one, just let us know. Imam Alfred. And he's in Mexico and he's receiving treatment. So if he does get the information to us, those of you who are asking, we'll make sure you get that information. But if it's not working now, try it back maybe tomorrow or later tonight, and it may just not be up right now. But that's the information that he sent, inshallah. So yeah. So at this time, as the Imam mentioned, we're going to close it out. We're going to turn it over to Imam Elam Muhammad to close out this first Sunday of the year. And inshallah, we'll be back the first Sunday.
Yes, I'm back. I had the screen off. I think the sister Lisa is the sister who, interesting enough, I met her through a brother named from California that was down at the Immunity Treatment Center. His name is Nolan Rashid, a great musician. He turned me on to her to help manage the GoFundMe campaign. But if you all want to, you also can send money to me through Zelle, just Alfred Muhammad, or you can send it to PayPal. But if you want to send it through the proper means, which is GoFundMe, I don't know the details, but I think they should flash that back up. And I think it'll also be posted again on Facebook. But remember, one method, I'll get it right away if you send it through Zelle. Don't send it through Cash App, because there's always some problem with Cash App. Zelle, Alfred Muhammad, and it's spelled the traditional way we spell Muhammad, Muhammad, and I'll get the money.
So
Or Imam
Alfred,
Alfred.
Yeah, the Zelle, what is it, your email or is it your phone number?
My phone number.
Okay, so you may want to, because that's the only way they'll be able to do it, is if you got to put either your phone number in the chat, or either, because they won't be, if they just put your name, they won't be able to do it. They have to either enter your email or your phone number.
I'm one of these technical below zero. I'm a competent preacher, but an incompetent technological person. So would you put my number in the chat? Is 908 463
463
4843.
4843, and then that'll be your Zelle. So those of you who are on that would like to donate to Imam Alfred, his number will be in the chat, and then his Zelle, will be under his name. So once you enter the phone number in Zelle, it normally will show you that this is going to Imam Alfred Muhammad, and then that phone number is 908-463-4843. Imam Alfred?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So, all right. And he also said that you can donate on, if the link will be in Facebook. What Facebook would they be going to, Imam Alfred?
It'd be to my Facebook page, but the sister who is managing this for me, she will probably post it on a lot of people's Facebook pages. But you can go to my Facebook page, which is Imam Alfred Muhammad's Facebook page, and I'm sure it'll be there shortly. She's working on it now, but we'll have it posted everywhere.
Okay, excellent.
It's good to see you new believers. Some of you I don't know, but I just welcome you to First Sunday. Just happy to see you all. Thank you so much for coming out.
All right, thank you. So with that being said, we're going to again turn it over to Imam Elam Muhammad to close out this First Sunday community program.
Yes, sir. So we're going to close out with Al-Fatiha. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir-Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. Assalamu alaikum, everybody.
Walaikum assalam.
Walaikum assalam.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone.
Walaikum assalam.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone.
Assalamu
alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters. Alhamdulillah.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. See you next year, inshallah.
Inshallah. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam. Assalamu alaikum,
Yes.
Sister Anne.
Dear Sister Queen Mother Zelly, thank you so much.
Sister, this book so beautiful. I mean, I just, when the way you read it, it was just so beautiful and special. So I had to mention it today on the call.
Thank you. I thank you. And it's been a beautiful journey, and it's amazing. Imam Muhammad, when you reading his works, it's you can hear him. You
Yes.
can hear him. Yes.
Yes. It was just like we were with him. He was talking to us in person. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters.
Remember,
I remember you.
That's right. All the time. Remember Allah, and He